I now call the Rock, oh, Ryan, do you need to be ready? Yeah. Good evening. I now call the Rockland Unified School District Board of Education regular meeting for Wednesday, August 5th, 2020 to order. Brenda, will you please call the roll?
Camille Mabin. Here. Derek Counter. Here. Eric Stevens.
Here.
Rochelle Price.
Here.
Rick Miller.
Here. Ryan, is there any public comment regarding closed session? Great. With that, the board will adjourn to closed session regarding the items listed on the agenda. The board will resume to open session at 6:30 p.m. Once 3 minutes is up, we'll actually just turn the mic off and move on. Or, as we have done in the past, you may submit a written public comment. Although written public comment will no longer be read, we will take a break at each moment to make sure the board reads each individual comment. So we will read them, we will just not read them aloud. So with that, let me move on to 5.1 and say no action was taken by the board in closed session. And with that, I'm going to ask everyone to stand so we can do the Pledge of Allegiance. You'll follow after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, I want to introduce Superintendent Stock to give us an update on COVID-19.
Thank you. President Miller, trustees, I am pleased to be back with you, our kind of typical board meeting this spring, COVID update. And just to quickly set the context, and I know we do this each and every meeting, but I think it's just important for us to be reminded that I think we all know we're in an unprecedented situation, that we are having constantly changing guidance and government orders, and that adaptability and flexibility will be essential as we navigate these uncertain times. Also, I just refer back to this graphic that we are working as a district, and we know that under the board's direction to make sure that we think about the physical safety, social, emotional, mental health, and the student learning aspects for our students and staff as we balance decisions during this time. And then really jumping into the information related to this update, I'm going to be focusing a little bit on just reminding the board and the community around how we'll be starting school, and then I'll be addressing some information regarding elementary waivers to reopen. So as the board knows and the community knows, on July 17th, Governor Newsom mandated that any school district within a county that's on the California Department of Public Health County Monitoring List is not allowed to resume in-person instruction until it's been off the list for 14 consecutive days. Placer County's been on the list since July 9th, and as I shared with families on July 29th, we will be required to start the year in distance learning. There will be an extensive report provided to the board tonight about our distance learning program and how it will be different and a more complete program for students. And so I won't go into that now, but there's an extensive presentation there. The other piece I'd share is it's been widely reported in the media that the state monitoring list has some issues with the data being reported at this time. And in my weekly call with the county public health officer with other superintendents in the county this afternoon, she shared with us that it could be up to a week before that data is in a place where it will be reporting again. So in essence, no counties will be coming off the list or on the list or added to the list until that data situation at the state level has been fixed. So we are in a holding pattern, if you will, as we look to see if that data changes and we can begin our 14-day countdown to being back to in-person learning.
No, sorry, how long did she say she thought that was
It could be up to a week. They all hope sooner, but it could be up to a week to get that data changed. And so the other piece I'm happy to, so we will continue to monitor that. And then what we're committed to do is once we come off the list and begin the 14-day countdown, we will notify families, employees that we're now in that countdown phase. We'll have that on our webpage as well, so families can know and our colleagues know that we could be returning to distance learning as early as 2 weeks. If that changes and we go back on the list and have to restart the process, we'll notify families as well. So we'll be continuing to communicate to families about the status and wanting to make sure they're informed. We'll also have links to that data so they can also watch that with us because, again, we aren't creating it. It's really a state-level data field that drives that decision for us to be able to be back to in-person. The other piece I'm happy to update is we've been continuing the consultation and collaboration and negotiation with our labor partners, CSEA and RTPA, and we have been working extremely hard, and we have conceptual agreements with both of our labor partners around the work in our schools in this COVID era. And I really want to thank both presidents of our labor partners, both Chuck and Travis, who are here for their work and their team's work throughout the summer to help us work through and best navigate these issues. So let me talk a little bit about the TK6 waiver. So on July 17th, the governor also mentioned that he would be asking the California Department of Public Health to put together a waiver process that would allow school districts to apply to their county public health officer for a waiver to reopen TK6 schools if their county was on the watch list. So there is no option for a waiver for middle or high schools. This is, again, purely TK6. And the rationale being that the younger students are less likely to become severely sick from COVID, and they're not as likely to transmit as readily as older students. So on August 3rd at 7:30 p.m., we received the guidance we have been waiting for from the California Department of Public Health, and they outlined the criteria and processes to apply for a waiver. In my call this afternoon with our local public health officer, she is charged, or they're with developing the actual application and the rubric for rating the applications. They're in the process of doing that, and we were told we might have that by the end of the week, or it could be early next week. So we still don't have a form, so there's nobody in the county is actually applying for any waiver because the form literally does not exist. And so she's working through that. And then there are several criteria that were laid out by the state public health department. That one is that the public health officer has to ensure that all the local guidance and mandates are in place. We believe that we comply with those, but that's a requirement. And that includes things like face coverings and as such. Safety plans and personal protective equipment are available. Again, we have the PPE here and ready, and we've been working on safety plans, and we, I know, presented to the board on June 24th an extensive document of our work around safety plans. There has to be availability of public health and school resources to investigate and respond. That's that contact tracing we hear about. And so that, we have to make sure that the county can, and then also as a school district, we're able to collect the data, do some of the tracing and then notification. And we've been working on those protocols, and we've also been working to even look to possibly extend the hours of our health clerks at each school site to provide additional capacity to do that as well. And then we also have to look in and make sure that that there's availability of testing for employees and students that might have been exposed or symptomatic. And when we spoke with her today, she's looking at a 2 to 3 day turnaround time on the test being done and the results being back, so that you can have robust contact tracing, so that if somebody was infected, that you can try to stop the spread. And so that's something that we're continuing to talk to her about, because the issue is that the county testing system right now that's open for free of charge has a nearly 13-day turnaround on when you get the appointment to when the test results come back. And so we're trying to work with her, work with other districts in the county to look at how do we have a more robust testing piece in place, because she indicated that would be something she would be requiring to have there. And so we're doing our best. But the testing piece is an issue not just in our county, it's throughout the state, of having that availability, because if you think about it, as we do more and more testing, it puts more and more pressure on the labs to have a higher volume and have to turn that around. So we're working through that, but that is going to be an area that we need to continue to work on, to have in place. And so we are continuing to work in partnership with other districts throughout the county to try to address that issue. We also we have to require to consult with our labor partners, parent and community organizations. At this point, we're unclear on the level of support required to be granted a waiver, but that requirement's not something that is unusual. We would naturally want to consult with all those constituencies to make sure we have input from them. And then we are also be required to publish the elementary school reopening plans on the district website. So those are some of the pieces in place that we know of at this time that would be required to apply for a waiver. And then within that, The waiver reopening plans, just to be real clear, is not an idea that you can have all students on campus at one time. The public health officer was very clear with us that this is not a waiver to have all students on campus all the time. It is really, and this is language just taken right out of the Department of Public Health, provide instruction in small, stable cohorts of students and staff. So the idea being most akin to our approved hybrid model, where we have partial students on campus at a time. And so, for example, our hybrid model has TK1 students, half days, rotating AM, PM cohorts, has grades 2 through 6 in alternating AB cohorts, and then our SDC students are already in campus in small cohorts. So for us, this would be very similar to a hybrid type of model. And then the idea being you have, again, if you have any outbreaks of the disease, it's in a small cohort, isolation's very small, and you can reduce the risk of spread. So that's the concept behind these waivers. Also, there's different options that a school district can apply for. One example is looking at a waiver that is in a phased approach, where you might bring in special education students, say your youngest learners, TK1, and then after a specified time, bring back grades 2 through 6. Or you could just apply for a waiver that has all the eligible grades, TK through 6, brought back as well. So there's a lot of options that a district could look for in applying for a waiver. It's not just a one type of waiver, that there are quite a few options available. And then the other requirement is that you need to submit your waiver at a minimum of 14 days prior to the desired date of reopening. So those are some of the pieces that we know now. Literally, this guidance was given out less than 48 hours ago, and we're all working in the county to scramble to understand it, make sure we know what those requirements are. And this really goes into the next steps that we will continue to engage with the public.
I just want, was there questions? Rochelle, I thought you had. While you look at that, I did one question. So I know you said it's K6, TK6 only. Are there any exceptions to that? So could you bring special ed, middle school, high school special ed kids back under a waiver, or no matter what, doesn't matter what, it's only, okay.
Only those grade spans, and it's for the public health of the lower incidence of severe illness. The other piece is we've been told we should expect guidance on special education students by the end of the week, because we've requested direction. We would like to bring back some of our students, if possible, for, say, assessments.
Right.
And so we were told we would be getting guidance on special education students.
But that's separate from the waiver.
Separate from the waiver.
Okay.
So I apologize if I missed it. Did she say when she thinks she will have this application done?
She's hoping to have it done by the end of the week. That's her goal, but that could change.
And then to clarify, so she said there's going to be separate ones. It's not going to be, okay, your district has a waiver for TK through 6, and you can decide how you want to phase it in. She's saying instead there's going to be separate applications?
We can submit one application as a district,
Okay.
but we have options in how we request the waiver. So we could request that we bring in just special education students.
Okay.
We could request we start with TK1 and then in a few weeks add in other grades. We have a lot of flexibility.
Flexibility both ways. So could we say we want to bring TK6 back, and we get the waiver for TK6, but we choose only
Right.
bring TK1?
Right.
I believe that if we brought less, that would be acceptable to her, and so I don't see why that wouldn't be.
So there'd be an advantage in trying to get the full if you were going to do that, and then have more flexibility local, independent to where we do it.
Absolutely, but I think the other piece is if we'd have to be clear as we consult with the community parents of what exactly we're looking to do, because what we want to do is make sure in these uncertain times, parents have as much certainty or clarity around our plans, and so that's something I know that we've heard from parents that they really are looking for from us.
Derek?
Yeah, so with the waiver process, this is the county health officer, Dr. Amy Sisson, that's creating the process or creating the waiver?
She was given guidance by the State Department of Public Health, and she has to create her template off of a state template, and then she said she would be putting out at the same time a rubric of how she's evaluating the waivers to see if they'll be approved. Because what we want to know is, we don't want to do a guess and check. We want to know, we want to evaluate the criteria, see if we have any gaps, can we fill those gaps and then apply. Or if there's gaps that we simply aren't able to meet, then we hate to put through all the hoops and all the consultation and raise expectations until we can meet those. So we request from her to have an clear understanding before we submit.
Can I follow? Because I'm not clear on
Okay,
that.
keep going.
I thought, though, that we needed her, and I get the rubric, so we get her approval. We need her approval to go to the state. The state has to, you're saying we never go to the state. She makes the final decision on whether we get a waiver.
She has to sign off. If she signs off, then she submits it to the state.
And the state has
And
to
then
approve it,
this-
still,
if
right?
the
So we
state-
need her to get to the state, but it still has to go to the state for approval.
Correct. In the state, I want to get, this is rare that I do this, but I want to give credit to the state for this. They've created a mechanism that does not let this bottleneck. If she doesn't hear back in 3 days from the state, she's allowed to make the decision.
Oh.
So the state says, you know, you don't hear back, then go ahead and proceed. So we do appreciate the state recognizing that they potentially can bottleneck things, and so, you know.
And then from a process standpoint, we talked about special ed, we talked about the waiver. Is it a separate waiver for special ed and a separate waiver for TK6, or is it a RUSD waiver, like Eric was saying, and it covers everything, and we just choose what to put in and not put in?
We would not need to submit separate waivers, at least at this time, that's what our understanding is. And then there may be a part where there may be some, I don't see negotiations, but we might ask for this, and she says, I'm not comfortable, you may want to modify. And then if so, we could come back and look at modifying as well.
All right, and then, that's Placer County. Does PCOE have any feedback on this process at all, or they're backing away from it 100%?
But they have no, they're not, they have no,
statutory
they have no part in approving or not approving. As a matter of fact, they would have to submit a waiver if they wanted to bring their students back as well. So the California Department of Education and the County Office of Education have no role in the waiver. It's purely seen as a public health decision on our conditions safe to bring students back.
And then just a final one, just to clarify for those that are listening at home. Optum Health, which is coordinated by Placer County, has a extended turnaround time for their testing, and per Dr. Sisson, it was on RUSD to find an alternate testing opportunity. So the county enforces something and says it's not sufficient, so it's on you to solve this problem?
That's what we were told in our call today, that, that if we, you know, we would need to find it. Now, the county itself, we believe, has contracted with a vendor, but that vendor may or may not take insurance. And so our interest is to have the rapidest testing we can, but also be able to, you know, have our employees and others use our insurance, which is why we have it, to mitigate some of the cost impacts. So right now, districts in the county are trying to coordinate, but we really also would appreciate help from the county to look at trying to help provide some assistance in getting the testing threshold to one that would be acceptable for public health.
The other thing with the insurance, and you're spot on, so from the Quest Diagnostics guy, the employee would utilize their insurance, so it costs the employee nothing, and the insurance then bills the federal government, and the federal government ends up paying it. So the idea of the insurance is so that it's not out of your pocket.
Correct. And then also for students, we
100%
also,
agree.
if the
Same thing.
student needs to be tested, we have to also ensure that we have rapid turnaround. And so many of our students do have insurance through their families, but not all do. And so we also have to make sure that if we were to find a vendor, that they will agree to build insurance. Not everybody wants to do the paperwork. And so frankly, the frustrating part at this point is the burden on getting the testing where it needs to be is on districts. And this is something that I can share. It was a frustration shared by all the superintendents in the county today. And we, again, are trying to work with our SIG, our school insurance group, who's our consortium that we work with on healthcare, to try to see if they can help us coordinate some testing in a larger scale. But this is a challenge even for big districts. And neighboring Sacramento County, I've been in contact with some of the superintendents there who have districts as large as 62,000, 50,000. And even though they have a larger scale of economy and more resources, they also are struggling to contract with vendors to put testing in place. And so this is really a statewide issue, and we would appreciate the state, the county, stepping in to help resolve this versus set an expectation that's impossible for us to meet, yet act like we have options. And that's just me being very candid with you.
No,
Well said. Any other questions? Yeah, great.
So,
Thanks,
so,
Roger.
yeah, so
I'm
then,
sorry,
yeah,
Michelle, did you have one more? Or you?
Not a question, just a comment. Thank you for the information and just to reinforce our desire that we get, especially those elementary kids back on campus.
right, and then that's where we'll continue to come back to the board. And again, we're going to be looking at their gaps, and if we can fill them, we'll keep the board apprised of that. And then if there is an opportunity to work with the board to get additional guidance on the type of waiver, whether it be full or partial, we will absolutely do that as we move forward.
Great. Thanks, Roger.
And so that really concludes the information I have. There was additional guidance released this week on youth sports, and really those are being followed. Our athletic directors and high school administrators met, and they are looking to modify any of our current plans to adhere to those. And so there is still training and conditioning allowed for youth sports, and we've been very successfully following those. I want to thank our athletic directors and our principals and Mr. Flowers, who's coordinated their efforts so that we can continue in a safest way possible. But we are confident that we can fully comply with those, and will continue to do so.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Eric?
Yes, I'd just like to quickly comment. In the last couple weeks, we've received a lot of emails from parents on reopening. And a number of people asked, what is the data, or what is some of the data we're typically looking at when we're thinking about both the decision we made a few weeks ago, but going forward when we're ready to bring students back. And the last meeting was a very long meeting. We touched upon this, but I just want to reiterate the best source of information right now, as has been told to us by public health and as we've seen, is if you can go right now to Placer County Public Health's website. Right up front, it says, attention, novel coronavirus COVID-19 updates. If you go to that page, there are a whole lot of things you can click on. The link that says cases in Placer County is actually not that helpful. That's the daily dashboard that is having problems with updating. But if on that page you click on news, you will see that every Friday, Placer County Public Health issues a detailed report with a lot of nitty-gritty details and information about the county. They break it out by city. I'm looking right now, I've got the July 31st report open from the end of last week. If you go to the last page of every report, you can see the metrics that determine whether or not we are on the state watch list. So using July 31st as an example, you can see the very last page, it talks about state monitoring indicators. Those are the things where if we're over the threshold, it gets us on the watch list. We are already on the watch list, so until we see us get under those metrics and stay under them for 14 days, we will still be in a situation in which we can't bring students back yet. So I just wanted to make that clear because anybody who's watching right now is watching on a computer. It's really easy to go look this up. And this is key information that we look at when we're trying to make these decisions. It's the best source for official, up-to-date information.
Thanks, Eric. Any other comments before we move on? Great. Okay, so with that, I'm going to move on to public comment. I do want to remind folks, as before I read the official thing about this, that we're doing it slightly different this time. Again, you can choose to comment via Zoom, audible. We won't see your face, but you'll be able to speak to us, or you can choose to write in. I just want to remind you that it's a webinar. If you want to speak, raise your hand in the webinar. There's a I think it's yeah, but it's not notifications, but it's the far right side of Zoom. I forget what it's called. It's like no one's with me. Not notifications, but there's a word, we'll figure it out. You click on that and then you can raise your hand. It's the far right side, I can tell you that, and indicate that you want to comment, and from there we'll move you into sort of a queue to comment. Please make sure that when you've named yourself, when you log into Zoom, name who you are so we know who you are, and then it would be great if you find your name, if you find your name, click the blue More button, and then you can rename it. That would be great. And then if you have YouTube on, a reminder to mute it when you're called on. And then during the comment, you will see a timer as part of it. You will see your name and a timer and a reminder that you have 3 minutes. And once 3 minutes up, we will just sort of, your portion will be done. So please try to wrap up before those 3 minutes are up. Okay, so with that, let me just say this public comment agenda item is included to give anyone in attendance an opportunity to ask questions or discuss non-agenda items with the Board of Trustees. The board is not permitted to deliberate or take action on non-agenda items, but may refer the matter to a staff member for follow-up. A complaint about a specific employee of the district shall be made to that employee's immediate supervisor or the principal as required by Administrative Regulation 1312.1. Guidelines for submitting public comment to the board are available under item agenda 2.1, as well as on the RUSD website under district news. The public, again, may submit a verbal comment via live Zoom or a written public comment. And a reminder again that while written public comment will not be read aloud during the meeting, the board will take a short recess at each point to read all written comments before we address the item. So with that, I want to ask Ryan, are there any, I'm looking for Ryan. There he is. Are there any public comments? Any Zoom public comments for non-agenda items? Okay, great. So let's go to that. I'm going to take a brief recess to allow us to read the written public comment. Should we just do that now, Ryan? Would that be better? All right, so why don't we we're going to take a brief recess. It is 7:06. I'm going to ask that we be speed readers, and let's try to be done by 7:10. So everyone at home, we're going to, by the way, just so you know, if you go under the board item agenda, you can also look at the same thing. We're looking at all the public comments. I think there's 50 or so. We should be able to get through this in a few minutes. So let's take a quick break, and we'll try to come back at 7:10. chance to read the non-agenda. So we're ready. Let's take public comment. Thank you.
Hi, Darren. We're back on, and you are up first, and Cecilia will be second. Go ahead, Darren, for our first public comment.
Can you hear me okay? All right, awesome. Good evening, President Miller, members of the board, and Superintendent Stock. Appreciate to be here this evening. My name is Darren Soon. I'm an Elk Grove City Council member, the only Chinese American council member in the Elk Grove City Council. I want to first thank this opportunity to speak, and also for your work in the community. I want to thank Diego Liebman for his research and advocacy on the subject of Asian history in the school curriculum. I also want to commend Mr. Liebman's parents and this district and his teachers for their part in shaping such a thoughtful and engaged young man. You should all be proud. As a Chinese American, my family immigrated here in the early 1920s and settled in Cortland. We sharecropped in that community in the Thomas area. My family's been here for nearly 100 years, and this is the first time we were made aware of the Chinese contributions to the Rockland area. I completely understand there are other factors and fiscal constraints that you must consider. But I have to say, upon learning about Chinese contributions to the area, it was a connection and a prideful one for me in the Rockland area. And so perhaps it might be for others as well. I would strongly encourage you to perhaps take this matter up at another time for further discussion. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. Be well. Thank you very much.
Celia will be next.
Hello? Okay. My name is Diego Liebman. I graduated from Whitney High School last Thursday. I'm a resident in the area. Rockland kicked out its Chinese residents in 1876. Joel Parker Whitney, who Whitney is named after, kept them from the mob and exploited their labor in the process. He wrote of the Chinese, quote, "Last of all comes the Chinaman of the lake, the sucker who works patiently at lower wages than the dominant race, who with his porcine snout makes havoc with the bed." He admired the brutal and murderous colonist Henry Morton Stanley. He praised reports of Native American savagery and their forced assimilation. He mourned the decline of forced labor in Mexico, and he bribed witnesses and lawyers after a murder on his property. I'm not here to cancel Whitney. He helped get Rockland to where we are today. I'm proposing that we provide historical balance by naming a Whitney building after a Chinese American hero and ensuring the curriculum values the Chinese American experience. Potential names are Wong Kim Mark, who won birthright citizenship in the Supreme Court, Wing Hing, who sued the city of Eureka with 53 others after a mayor-led Chinese expulsion, Kurt Shuing Lee, the first Chinese-American Marine who saved 8,000 people in the Battle of Incheon in the Korean War. Most importantly, we need to revitalize the curriculum past token representation. The focus of the curriculum additions is humanizing the experiences of Asian Pacific Americans. I spent quite a bit of time looking through the 2016 History Social Science Framework for the California Department of Education, and it defines anti-Chinese sentiment, but not anti-Chinese action. It covers some anti-Chinese legislation, but not the implementation of that legislation. And it describes the Chinese community as a commodity in the industrial and agricultural development of the West. It fails to tell the story of resistance and resistance to that resistance. Most importantly, it completely disregards the Chinese perspective. The contributions are more than economic. I'd like to see the curriculum include the legal rights fought for and won, the community organizations and legal funds established, the mass civil disobedience, and everything else that defined this era. Excluding this history denies students the opportunity to be inspired by the struggles and triumphs of the American people and people who look like them. Also making comments in support are a host of community members, students, and scholars. And this initiative is supported by 1,500 members of the community, the Rockland Historical Society, the Chinese American Council of Sacramento, Whitney Principal Justin Cutts, Dr. Franklin Odo, the founder and former director of the Asian Pacific American Project at the Smithsonian, Ted Gong, a former U.S. diplomat with the Department of State, president of the DC Chinese American Citizens Alliance, and executive director of the 1882 Project, Dr. Gene Fauser, best-selling author and expert on Asian Pacific American history, who also worked on the API project at the Smithsonian, Professor Davis Yee, an IRS trial attorney, Dr. Gregory Mark, Dr. Wei Ming Daryotis, Dr. and author Cecilia Su, and Dr. and author Robert Hayashi, and Dr. Gordon Chang, the renowned author and historian, as well as Dr. Ma Bang, and producer and community leader Baldwin Chu. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Cecilia Su, and after Cecilia will be Gene Falzer. Cecilia, please make your comment.
Thank you for allowing me to join you tonight. I hope you can hear me. My name is Cecilia Tsu. I live in Davis, California, not far from where most of you are. I'm a faculty member in the Department of History at UC Davis. I have written a book that examines the history of Asian immigrants in California agriculture. While I'm only recently learning about the particular history of Whitney Ranch and its labor practices, I am familiar with the history of how specialty crop agriculture developed in Northern California, like the productive and profitable fruit ranches that emerged in Placer County during the late 19th century. I've done extensive research on the role of Chinese immigrants in California agriculture and how they were indispensable on multiple levels, doing backbreaking physical labor, as well as horticultural work that required significant knowledge and skill. These immigrants faced racial discrimination and economic marginalization, and their contributions to the state and the nation have not been widely recognized, nor their resilience and resistance, as Diego has pointed out. I can attest to this from my own experience at UC Davis, where for 15 years I have taught courses in US history, Asian American and immigration history, and the history of California. Year after year, students have come to me and said, why haven't we learned this history before? Why don't we know this? Why aren't these stories told? And invariably, they are talking about topics related to the history of immigrants, legal exclusion and discrimination, and how people of color have struggled and resisted. So these are students who have grown up in California, who are privileged and qualified enough to be attending a major university. Yet they admit and realize that they did not come to college with a clear understanding of American history. Many of them are first-generation college students and students of color who have not seen their families' experiences and stories represented in the mainstream of US and world history. As we've seen with current events and discussions taking place in our country, perhaps now is finally the moment for all of that to be brought to light. I see this current conversation that Diego has started as a terrific opportunity for your school board to show visionary leadership, to support the efforts to give your students the gift of learning this important history that will help them to become more informed, thoughtful, and educated members of the community. Students in your district would have an edge. I think they would be empowered with this valuable knowledge and perspective. So I support the naming of a building at Whitney High School after Chinese American and making curriculum adjustments. And I hope that your board will take up this issue. Thank you, and I wish you all well.
Our next speaker is Gene Falzer. Following him is China Arseno.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am overwhelmed by the intelligence and balance of Diego's proposal and the quantity of support he's generated in just a couple of weeks. He's asking the school board to consider naming a new building at Whitney High in honor of one of the Chinese American heroes who valiantly turned to the American justice system to repair some of the damages of the violent purges of Chinese Americans that swept through California in the late 19th century, including 400 who were purged from Rockland, falsely accused of a murder. As one of those, I teach at the University of Delaware. I'm the author of Driven Out: The Forgotten War Against Chinese Americans. I'm a Library of Congress scholar, and I work with the Smithsonian. So as one of those committed to education, we all know that history cannot be undone, but justice and the rule of law can repair. Specifically, the names that Diego has suggested for your consideration for the building and the curriculum involves unsung heroes and Chinese Americans whose impact is renowned in our constitutional history. They brought cases before the Supreme Court that affirmed that our Constitution offers protections to all persons, not just citizens, a major precedent, and that affirmed that all children born in the US are US citizens. It is in this spirit that I've used Diego's initiative. We as educators and parents are all coming to understand the pain that students and communities feel when their history is silenced, or the reverse, when those whose power and belief cause their communities to be ripped asunder and their ancestors purged and displaced. Educational institutions across the country are thinking about ways to address this, even in the difficult times, as I've just listened to y'all, of COVID-19. Our children and teachers like myself struggling to learn how to teach digitally. But gestures such as naming buildings are positive, forward-thinking, and they open areas for learning and discussion for our students. And as I've mentioned to Diego, it would be an honor to come back to Rockland where we did some research and help in this educational initiative with the PTA, within the classroom, and to you all. This is a terrific moment for your community. Thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Falzer. Next, we have China Arsenault, and following China is Daya Kunkan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is China Arsenault, and I am a Rockland resident, and I would like to talk about the Whitney Building and Curriculum Initiative. I am a senior at Whitney High School, but it was only in my final year attending Whitney High School did I learn that my school was named after a racist man. Only recently have I learned about the racist and exploitative actions of Joel Parker Whitney against Chinese people. The history of Joel Parker Whitney is only taught through a single perspective, one that only discusses his contribution to the establishment of Rockland and ignores his demonstrations of severe prejudice against the Chinese through anti-Chinese sentiments and utilization of their labor for his own profit. But despite his racist actions, he is honored and even has several schools and parks named after him. The need for change is evident. American students are too often taught whitewashed narratives, history told only from a white person's perspective. White figures are glorified as heroes, but the injustices they had committed are overlooked. Doing so is offensive and degrading to the minorities whom they oppressed. The duality of these figures should be acknowledged in the RUSD curriculum. Students should be taught history in all its complexity. The contributions of people of color are overlooked, and in this case specifically, those of Asians. I myself am Asian. I am full Filipino, and as an Asian growing up in America, dealing with racism was a daily task. I rarely saw myself represented in history books and typically found myself on the receiving end of racist jokes. I felt invisible, and I felt like my story and my voice were insignificant. Naming a WHS building after a prominent Chinese American figure and including more Asian American history would allow the Asian struggle to be seen and recognized. It would allow Asian American students to know that their stories do matter, and it would empower them by demonstrating that they are capable of their own achievements. It would diversify the narrative that history is told in, enabling white people to be exposed to different perceptions and encourage them to address racism. As a senior, I want my younger Asian American peers to enter a school that makes them feel important and included. They should be comfortable in an environment that empowers them because our stories and our voices do matter. This initiative is not to fully erase the achievements of Joel Parker Whitney, but rather to tell the whole story, not ignore all the hardships Chinese Americans had endured, and recognize their contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. And to all those who want to participate, please remember to place the
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Daya.
Hi, my name is Daya Kunkun, and I'm a senior at Whitney High School. I would like to address a petition that's been circulating our county to rename one of Whitney's buildings and make some important changes to our learning curriculum. I feel this is especially important in light of the information regarding the man Whitney High School is named after, Joel Parker Whitney, and his exploitation of Chinese Americans at Whitney Ranch. He has openly supported forced assimilation of minorities and stated that white people are, quote, the dominant race. If we're going to teach about and honor a man like this, because he was a prominent figure in our county, we should also include his wrongdoings in our teachings. We are not asking for his name to be removed. We are merely asking to educate our students and community on the true and diverse history of not only our county, but the world as well, the good and the bad of each person. I can personally attest to the fact that students in our district mainly learn about white men and all the good they do, yet their unethical behaviors are often ignored. This only offers a white perspective on history and creates a biased and deceiving message to our students. Consequently, this also omits the contributions of people of color, such as the many Chinese people who contributed to J. Parker Whitney's success by working low-wage jobs for him after Rockland's Chinatown was burned down by white supremacists. One thing our district can do to diversify our narrative is to name one of Whitney High School's buildings after an influential Chinese American and teach our students more about people of color's influence on society. The many options for names are listed in the previously mentioned petition. As an Asian American senior at Whitney High School, I've dealt with and witnessed many forms of racism among students and staff. I've also had many amazing teachers and consider myself lucky to be in a student environment which provides me with many resources. However, I do not feel that Whitney High School should praise a man whose racist and exploitative values are not aligned with the values that our school district, community, and student population claim to hold. If we as a district and community are going to publicly denounce racism and promote diversity, then we should reflect these beliefs and statements in both our curriculum and in who and how we honor people. Change is necessary to properly educate our youth on racial problems that persist today. I ask Rockland, as both the district and community, to be an example of administering a diverse education and set the bar higher for other districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we welcome our next speaker, we're waiting for the remaining attendees to raise your hand if you would like to make comment. Please use the feature on the webinar to do so. It's at the bottom of your screen. Next is Harjat Singh. Harjat, can you hear us?
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you, and we also sent you a message via chat.
All right, I'm gonna go off. Well, good evening, everyone, the board members and Mr. Roger Stock. I just wanted to welcome everybody off. And to start off, I just wanted to make it clear that we don't want to sound like any demanding teenagers, but we just want an update in the school system. That doesn't mean remove anything, because I couldn't say that I don't personally attach to Whitney High School. The Whitney High School has given me a lot, and I can confidently say that about my peers as well, and they think the same way. All of us will have a dear attachment to Whitney and everything. We don't want to tarnish any of their reputation. All we really want to do is update it for the next generation. I personally have felt much racism towards myself in what we call a safe learning environment, in quotes. I don't take racism to heart when I see it, but it really reflects the ignorance of the person. But I believe that board members could really mitigate their ignorance. And it's really just sparked from the uneducation because of the school curriculum. And the school curriculum doesn't do history any justice or cover the struggles that minorities have to go through to attain basic human rights. For example, particularly in Rockland High School, our community has gone viral for students posting online racial slurs. Why not make it go viral for addressing our racist history and doing something about those marginalized groups? All of this put together, we have gained 1,500 people's attentions. Why can't we change this right now? Just from a simple petition. 1,500 votes could change the outcome of a school board election. Why can't we change it right now? And so at this point, how could we bring this on the table and let it go without any attention? Why are we not the school district to lay the stepping stone for the rest? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Emily Lawrence.
Hello, good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Well, good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Emily Lawrence, and I am proud to be a former Rockland Unified School District student in the graduating class of 2013. I currently reside in Modesto, California, but I was raised and lived in Rockland for 20 fortunate years. I stumbled across the article published in the Sacramento Bee detailing this initiative, and I felt that this was a cause that everyone could and should get behind. Signing the petition on change.org just didn't seem like enough for me. This is something I feel very strongly about, as I wish to move home someday and raise my own daughter in Rockland. I'm currently pregnant right now, and we're looking for real estate over there. I want to express my support for this change to the board and just kind of go on to say that teaching local history in school is extremely important. And although I was taught about Joel Parker Whitney and some of the history of Rockland, I now feel that that was not accurately presented, nor was it inclusive. This town was mostly entirely built by incredibly hardworking Chinese American settlers who were mistreated and taken advantage of. After one man was falsely accused of a crime, Rockland residents ran the entire community out of town and burned down nearly every trace of their culture. And we shouldn't be hiding that. And it seems almost to be like a justification of these actions. Joel Parker Whitney exploited the Chinese Americans, and the poor people for their cheap labor, and he took full credit. I mean, like entirely full credit. The whole town is pretty much named after him. I wholeheartedly believe that a building on campus at Whitney High School should be named after a Chinese American hero as well. And now, hundreds of years later, we need to acknowledge and respect the contributions made by Chinese Americans. We need to talk about them, their culture, and repair the damage that we caused all those years ago. We need to promote and advocate for change in Rockland, and we can start by properly educating our youth about the true history of this beautiful town. This initiative is incredibly impactful, and the community as a whole can benefit. In adding this history to the Rockland Unified School District curriculum, we'll begin a conversation that has not yet been had, and it is important to me, as it should be to you, to respect the people who built this town. This is a step towards change that we desperately need to bring into the 21st century. And I really do hope that you guys consider this initiative and take it as seriously as possible. These advocates are working so hard to provide a voice for those who never had the opportunity to speak up for themselves because of the oppression that they faced. And I just want to thank you guys so much for your time and your consideration, and I hope that you make the right choice.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. That is our last comment. Please raise your hand if you are an attendee and would like to speak now. If you would like to make comment now, please raise your hand using the tool on the bottom of your screen. President Miller, we have no more raised hands. Thank you all for your comments.
Great. Thank you, Chief Capra. I appreciate it. Before we move on, recognizing that we cannot debate this issue because it needs to be agendized, do that. Mr. Superintendent, can you maybe give us a little bit about what our options are to deal with Diego's suggestion?
I'm happy to bring back to the board at a meeting in September some options for the board to consider. Anytime we're looking at changes to curriculum, we typically involve input from teachers, community, and parents. So that is one option that I could detail out in more for the board in an information item for the board to consider. And then we do have a board policy on naming of any buildings and schools that I could also bring to the board so they could, review that and discuss that. So if the board wishes, I could bring back as an information item some options for it to consider at the September meeting and then give any direction they choose to give in how to proceed.
Great. Thank you. Any comments before we move on? I do want to, sorry, go ahead, Camille.
No, just want to thank the community and the student for bringing forward so articulate, so well thought out, so you can tell the hard work that has gone into this proposal, and so appreciate that and just want to acknowledge that hard work going forward.
So I just want to echo that, and Diego, I just want to personally thank you for the way you've engaged in this, for the conversation, for raising this issue to us, to the way you've organized your community and your friends. It's an impressive display. There's a future here for you that I hope you pursue. But I want to be clear from our perspective why we can't debate it tonight, that I think we take your request very seriously. We deeply appreciate you bringing it forward to us, and Mr. Superintendent, I'm looking forward to making sure we engage in this conversation at our next available opportunity.
Great.
So thank you, Dave. We will absolutely continue this conversation. We appreciate your leadership in bringing it to us. And then
I just always like to add and stress, we cannot talk about items that are not on our agenda because it is illegal.
Right.
So we have talked about it as much as we are legally allowed to tonight, but in the future, there will be a future agenda item where we can engage in this discussion more thoroughly.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, with that, we're going to move on to item 8.1, Travis Moget with the Rockland Teachers Professional Association report. Travis.
All right, good evening, board, Superintendent Stock. Just a procedural question. There's some agenda items I'd like to address. Do you want me to wait for those? Or do you, or?
You know, it's your report. You can do whatever you want. You're certainly welcome to come back with however you
whatever I want. Can we record that? That's Rick Miller.
In this one moment. No.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll try to touch on it and then I'll come back later, I'm sure. So first off, I want to touch on some of the topics and things that Superintendent touched on with his COVID-19 update. Obviously, that's kind of been the primary topic for a while now at our meetings and our conversations. He addressed early on that we were able to come to a conceptual agreement, both labor units, but I'm going to speak specifically to the RTPA agreement. Hopefully tomorrow, our goal is to have the final signed and very public document of that. But I know in working with Dr. Limoges and his team, as well as my team, we were able to work through a lot of difficult things, a lot of challenging conversations, a lot of unforeseen problems and ever-changing problems. So I want to commend both teams for their time and their efforts on that. One thing I do want to address, though, that RTPA felt was a huge barrier in that process was it felt that the district's bargaining team didn't have the full authority of this board to come into that conversation ready to make the decisions that need to be made to finish that conversation. So I want to implore the board as we move to negotiations on any topics to give that full authority to their bargaining team before we're in the heat of the moment and before we're in what feels like I got to run and ask dad part of the conversation. I think that is an area where we can strengthen that process on both sides and definitely an area where we can expedite that process, especially with such a giant topic and challenge that COVID-19 has presented us. So just a frustration, and again, I don't know if what the dynamics are behind all of that, but it very much felt like there was a dire interest of the board to be part of that conversation, which I respect and admire, but there wasn't the full authority given to the district bargaining team to make the decisions in the process as we were trying to work through those problems together. So just something for future that I'd like to see, that authority given to that team well before we get into those conversations, and try to, again, help make that process more effective for both parties and all stakeholders that are waiting for the answers that come out of those conversations. Another thing I want to address is it's very clear that this board and probably the community as a whole has a very strong interest in this waiver conversation of reopening TK through 6 classrooms potentially, even while we're on the county watch list. I enter that conversation, that idea, with a huge cloud of caution over my head, and I hope you do too. I know we've talked a lot about safety with this board around COVID-19, and just in general, that has been something that repeatedly comes up in conversations between RTPA and the school district, between community members in the school district, between board members. I don't think it's a topic that we'll ever stop talking about. But I'm concerned when I hear so much interest in, we want to reopen schools, we want to get kids back in the classroom. And don't get me wrong, nobody wants that more than teachers in this district. But if a waiver's the mechanism to get us there, I have a lot of concern that we're just rushing to appease some certain people or some certain agendas. And if a waiver is the mechanism that allows us to do that, I still don't know where I agree or if I agree that that is the right process or the right approach to solving the problem. So I just want to make sure that when we explore that option, and I know it's the right of the board to explore that, and I appreciate Superintendent Stocks sharing that information. As little that we have right now, I know he's been very, very forward and transparent with that information. But I have a lot of concern about our eagerness to get a waiver to rush us back to the classroom, that's going to come at the expense of the safety and the things that we have stressed. And from you guys as board members, we've heard that that is a priority for you. So as we explore that conversation, I just hope that we don't let that idea of safety for staff and students and community fall to the wayside, because now there is an option or a backdoor around a problem. My opinion and that of RTPA is that if we need a waiver, we're probably not heading in the right direction if that's the only way to get us there. So just again, something I'm sure we'll have further discussion of. I know there's a lot to be developed and discussed around that and more guidance to come out, but just something I wanted to make sure that was mentioned and you heard our side of that. The next piece is back to the conversation around that MOU agreement. So if anybody has been paying attention to what's been going on in our area in a while, they've known we've been in negotiations around an MOU since effectively, I think it was officially before the actual closing of schools in March. And we've had some renditions of that MOU, some additions, and then, addendums, and it's just kind of been growing as guidance and things have changed and will continue to change, I'm sure. One thing I do want to point out, though, is that while that effort has been exhaustive on both sides, and by I think the minimum size of that group meeting on a regular basis is 12 to 14 people, and it's grown as many as 30 or 40 people with some subcommittees and some sidebars and things. The entire time that process has been happening, the district's team's been employed and paid. RTPA reached out to the board and to the superintendent and asked to be compensated for our time and our energy and efforts in that, and we were given some time. We were given 4 days to work on the problem, but in the end, I think we've put in well over a dozen. So I think about that, and I think about the equity that comes with this decision in the process. And I hope the board can hear and understand what I'm saying is that while that problem needed to get solved, and RTPA by no way, shape, or form wanted that problem to slow down or be delayed, the expectation that we give our time while the other side that, in our opinion, holds the decision-making power as well as the resources gets to say, well, we're not paying you, or we're not going to compensate, or ultimately we're going to disrespect your time because it's not as important as ours. That's the message that comes with that attitude or that unwillingness to level the playing field when it comes to the time and the energy that's being put into that process. So I hope you as board members can consider the way that process moves going forward, and the idea of investing your resources or district resources into the process, not just into what feels like one side of the process. And then that's going to piggyback on my last thing is what we heard was well, we can't pay a bargaining team to be involved in this conversation because we're already looking at budget restraints. We're already looking at reductions. And God knows we've had a lot of conversation around that, especially right before the COVID crisis hit our community. We had board meetings that had to get canceled and relocated, and lots of conversation about budget cuts and reductions around our district. And then, I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about it later. And then we see an agenda item of the superintendent's contract being renewed. And not only being renewed, but extended for a year longer than the prior with annual automatic raises and increases to salary and benefits included. And it just makes me wonder if we can afford that, but we can't afford to pay the people that need to do the work to reopen schools for the community right now, our priorities might be a little bit misaligned. So I hope that as we dive into that conversation, and I do plan to come up here and talk about that topic or agenda item a little more specifically when we get there, that we really look at what are we really investing in. We're talking about, and we had parents pretty much standing at the microphone crying and begging to not cut programs in schools only a few short months ago. According to all the reports we keep hearing, the economy has only gotten dramatically worse since those conversations. And now here we sit on August 5th, ready to give our superintendent, who is already the highest paid in the area and one of the highest paid in the state, yet another increase. So again, I question, what is the priority of our budget? What is the priority of our students, and why don't they seem to be aligning on a regular basis? Again, I'll come back and speak to that other topic a little bit more because I know there's a lot of public comment around that one as well.
Thank you, Travis. Any comments for Derek?
Just quick question on, like from an RTPA perspective or those things like the bargaining teams and those teams, are those voluntary things that you sign up for or are those mandatory things? Just so I know.
Well, it's an appointed position. So some, depending on the title you hold in it, some are like you guys, it's an elective. So it's as voluntary as yours is, I guess, is the, yeah.
Okay. And then is the time you spend in that, does it take you away from teaching? Like for those teachers?
Extensively, yes.
Okay. And that time is offset by what? Is that
paid
by RTPA or is that?
If it's done during a traditional school year or on a school day, it would typically happen, then the district covers the sub cost.
Okay.
What I'm talking about is obviously not a normal situation. I'm not here to pretend like what we did was something we normally do, but it was all the time that was in excess of those normal days, right? The summer days, the things when that's our time to recharge, our time to regroup, our time to be with our own families. And that's the time that I'm talking about. The majority of the time during the year in a normal situation, that time is equal. We're, both sides of the table are being paid and compensated out of, there's different funding sources that are tapped into for that.
Okay. Eric, do you mind?
I just wanted to comment on the frustration where you felt like the negotiating team at the table didn't have full authority. I understand that frustration of hitting a point where the other side says, we need to go back to the board. We need to go back and talk to them. I hope it doesn't happen that often. I think it happened this time because, as you said, you estimated that there were about, 12 negotiation sessions this summer, and we have school's about to reopen. So normally, I think over the course of a normal year, we don't hold as many negotiation sessions as close together. So it's easy for the team to come back to us, but I'm open to ideas, but I don't know how to remove the factor that you've cited as a frustration because the board doesn't and won't give a blank check to the administration. If we did that, there wouldn't be a point in having a board. Like we're oversight. We select a superintendent who then handles day-to-day operations, but the district negotiating team is there on behalf of the board. So we do regularly check in with them during our closed sessions at these meetings, and that's when we give them additional authority if it's needed. So I understand the frustration. I think in this case, it was a product of the fact that you were meeting an awful lot over summer, and we just don't have as many meetings, and everything was condensed. But I do think it's important to note, like, again, we don't give a blank check to the team. It's ultimately going to come back to the board because it's the board's authority, which we delegate to them. So I just wanted to be clear on that, because on the other hand, there have been times in the past where where there has been criticism that has been made, which I thought was incorrect, where people have said, oh, the board doesn't know what's going on, or the board doesn't do anything, the board just lets staff do whatever, just goes along with what staff suggests. And that's not the case. Like, our role is to listen to the community, listen to the teachers, listen to the administration, try and make decisions, and then delegate authority to the superintendent and to our bargaining team. But I get the frustration. You've spent a lot of time in negotiations, the district team, the RTPA team, but I am so happy that we reached agreement and we came together on a very thorough, very detailed MOU, and I'm happy we were able to get that done with school approaching. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone in RTPA. Thank you to everyone on the district team for spending so much time to really get these issues worked out. Because I think if we had just tried to gloss over or paper over some of these things now, it would still be an issue later during the school year. So it was worth it, I think, to spend the time now. That's all. Thank you.
Are you good? No? All right. Thank you, Travis. Great. And with that, we'll turn to our CSA report. Chuck Maddox. Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you, President Miller, and good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Stock. I was hesitant on signing the MOU. I still had to hear back from a few of our members that had helped us write this. But Tony, I'm glad to say we're able to get it written. Nice. So I'll be able to give this to you tonight. Nice. So with that being said, I'm glad that we spent the time on this and we got to where we're at on it. On another note, though, I was not able to go over the agenda. I did not bring in a computer today, but what I'm hearing is that, I'm actually shocked that I'm hearing that you have set raises coming to you in the form of moving forward on all of this with your. And like I said, I'm kind of shocked on this, so I don't have it in front of me. Please excuse me. But I mean, I was under the impression that probably nobody was going to get raises this year. And I mean, we've all worked hard. We've all worked on a thin crew of people all through the summer trying to get our sites clean up for the restart of school and everything. And I mean, if any raises go out, I feel it should go to the employees. I mean, we've worked really hard to get to where we're at, and we still have to go through our own negotiations with our articles. So I'm going to go home and end up going in and looking over the agenda once I get home, and I know it's kind of a late start for me on it, but I'll get there. And I just want to say, you know, it's been a heck of a summer. I mean, we've done all that we could to get our sites prepared, and I mean, I've seen people at one another just because of the fact that we're stretched thin, and I mean, we had to do what we had to do, and God bless them, I mean, because we pushed ourselves through it, and we're at where we're at now. So, President Miller, I just want to thank you. I want to thank the board. I want to thank you, Superintendent Stock. And Craig, I also want to thank you also for stepping in and doing everything that you can with our departments and stuff. So, thank you.
Hold on a second. Let me share any questions for Chuck.
Yeah. Thank you for your hard work, Chuck.
Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you, guys.
Since the superintendent contract was mentioned, but it doesn't come up until later, I know we will talk about it then. I just want to flag, I realize that there is what I would call a unforeseen, unintended consequence of the idea I had that I thought was brilliant, to finally condense all the years of amendments that had been made to the superintendent's contract in another clean document. So I am realizing people are looking at this clean, fresh document thinking maybe this is all new, which is not the case.
Thank you.
And I probably cannot or should not say more until we get to the actual agenda item, and I probably just didn't say enough for it to make sense to people who don't already know what I'm talking about, but I realize,
Well, that is on the agenda, and we will absolutely get
I had an idea that I thought would make it so much easier for members of the public to understand what was and what was not in the superintendent's contract, but it is clearly given a misimpression that we are agreeing to a lot of new financial terms that may not have already been in the contract as a form of cost of living adjustment. Yeah. So we'll address that later. We'll clear that up. Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, I'm going to move to board member comments. Any of my colleagues have comments?
So
Derek,
just,
great.
I guess, in just to the administrative teams, the teachers that were out there at both, all of them, at Whitney High School, Rockland High School, and Victory and Scott Hutton's team, like, I'd say from a parent of a graduating senior, as President Miller is, thank you very much for all you guys that were out there, all the folks, all the time of setup, prep, coordinating the different events, making those things really special. I can tell you from being a parent and hearing it from the community, there was a lot of feedback. When the original note came out, they had really low expectations. People were somewhat throwing it to the curb. I don't want to go. It doesn't matter anymore. And I can tell you, seeing the smile on the faces, seeing the parents, seeing the kids, seeing the different things that I went to Whitney, and I'm sure you could speak to Rockland, people were very happy. People were very impressed. It was a very good thing to see, great thing. And again, and I always say it, but it's just one more day where you realize, Rockland is a great place, and those schools and the events that the teachers that were out there, the staff, the folks, the administrators that put all that together. Thank you very much. I'll speak for every senior parent out there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was an amazing event at Whitney, and I'm sure you could say the same thing for Rockland and Victory. So again, thank you.
Thanks, Derek. Eric, do you have any comments? No? Sure. You want to talk about the contract? Rochelle?
I was just going to say congratulations to both your seniors and all of our seniors in the district. We're excited to see where you take your future, and also that there is a lot of excitement this time of year, and this is also a year of some nervousness, but I feel like one thing that we can do is embrace the newness and the change with a positive attitude, and really put that out for our families and for our community that we're still going to have a great year and do everything that we can to make it happen.
So one of the favorite events for me is back to school, and having an opportunity to see teachers and staff and everyone at different, start of the new year kind of activities. And this year it was virtual. So I was happy to be on a couple of days with different teams of folks who, as you said, Rochelle, are there, are excited, are figuring it out. And so happy to participate. Look forward to a day when we're all back in a big room somewhere. But until then, thank you all for the work you did in putting those days together. And for all of the staff who participated. It was good to see all of them, even on a screen. So thanks so much.
And I'll just add to Derek's comments just how much I appreciated from a Rockland High School perspective, but from a district perspective, and how much it meant to my son and how much it meant to us. It was not ideal, it was not the way we wanted, but there was something that was sadly appropriate about the end of this journey ending the way it did, it did, I think, bring closure and an opportunity, and there was something special about still getting your diploma and being able to see it with your friends and colleagues. So deeply appreciate all the work that went into that, and thank you. Superintendent? No comments? Great. Okay, then with that, we're going to move on to our information item. So we're going to begin to talk about our distance learning plan, which I know everyone's excited to hear about. So with that, I'm going to introduce Dr. Bill McDonald, Associate Superintendent of Elementary Education, and Marty Flowers, Associate Superintendent of Secondary Education, for the presentation. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Board President Miller, Superintendent Stock, Board of Trustees. It's a pleasure to be here this evening to talk to you about distance learning in Rockland in 2021. Before we start, I just want to acknowledge something Chuck mentioned in his talk, that it was a heck of a summer. There is lots of things happening, lots of changing tides, guidance, and people worked incredibly hard to kind of aim at what looked like a moving target most of the time. And I say that to acknowledge the tremendous amount of hard work that went into this entire summer by teachers, by site administrators, district administrators, all sorts of folks. You know, tomorrow is our intro to USD for new teachers. I'm going to steal Roger's thunder. He talks about us being a family. It felt like a family this summer and a team, and I don't think we could have done it without everybody. So you'll hear us acknowledge throughout this presentation the hard work that went on this summer, but thank God for all those people. Great team. As we jump into this, the agenda for this session, oops, wrong one, here we go. We're going to do some really brief framing about where we are. We're going to talk about what we've learned, and then we're going to get into the plan for distance learning in 2021.
So with that, trustees, sorry about that. Glad to be with you tonight. I think the title says it all. And as we've gone through this pandemic, unprecedented times, and in the next 2 slides, we've provided you just a time frame of what has occurred over the last 7 months. Briefly, as you know, March 13th, schools close. March 19th, our teachers step up and go right into distance learning, what we refer to as distance learning 1.0. Again, school closures continue. We collaborate with our teachers and we provide professional development, articulation, and collaboration on April 13th, 14th, and 15th. And then what we refer to as distance learning 2.0 begins on April 16th. As you are aware, the closures were extended, and unfortunately, we ended the year like never before. Brings us to modern times, as you know, on the July 8th meeting. Our wish is that all students will be able to return to school. Everyone from parents, students, teachers, administrators want that. At the last meeting, you made the difficult decision to start that in a hybrid model, and then just a few days later, unfortunately, we were closed down by the orders of the governor, as Superintendent Stock mentioned before. So unfortunately, the beginning of the 2020-21 school year, we will all start in distance learning.
So in order to look forward to the plan for distance learning, we did some what have we learned, and one of the pieces of information we looked at was at the end of last year, we did a survey of parents and staff. We had over 4,000 responses from parents. We had over 400 staff respond. The survey is linked there, the results. Some of the highlights is we found that 42% of parents and 60% of teachers were very satisfied or satisfied with distance learning. The reverse of that, of course, is you had a portion of people, a great portion of people who were dissatisfied, and that's both with parents and teachers. So obviously we had some improvement to do. We learned that 84% of parents and 67% of teachers acknowledged that students were working independently about 70% of the time. So again, that's wonderful. Students were able to do that, but we think we can engage them more in terms of the learning piece with our staff. I think everyone agreed that student motivation was a major factor that impacted learning. The hold harmless was just that, but it also prevented some students from fully engaging, and so we'll talk about how the state has addressed that in our plan going forward. We also found that a lot of things really worked for distance learning. Having a learning management system helped parents have clarity. Video lessons were effective. Online activities that engaged students and small group instruction were all ways that students learned during distance learning versions 1 and 2 in the spring. On June 29th, we were given some guidance in the form of Senate Bill 98. So there was some language about distance learning that the state put into that bill. And they raised the expectations for what schools needed to provide. They talked about content aligned to grade level standards, daily live interactions, regular assessment, grading and feedback, special education and services for targeted groups, and a minimum daily requirements for instruction at all different levels, kindergarten through 12th grade. Also that we'd be taking attendance and measuring engagement going forward.
Continuing on that path as far as what have we learned, we looked at some of the research and guidance that comes out nearly daily. There's new guidance that comes out. These are just some of the areas in which we looked at. The California Department of Education have put out a number of documents and updated those. But the one that we really focused on for this presentation this night is the one on top there, supporting learning in the COVID by PACE. In case you're not familiar, as many people know, we have a lot of acronyms in education, and PACE is the Policy Analyst for California Education. And this is an independent research center led by faculty directors at Stanford University, USC, UC Davis, UCLA, and Cal Berkeley. And PACE's purpose is really to bridge the gap between what the research is, the policies, and the practice. And this is what we in Ed Services here and at the district office has really looked at to try to lead some of this work. In regards to the groups that we're talking about tonight, it was great as they came together and they looked at what happened last year and how they want to improve this. Some of the ideas they came up is exactly what PACE recommended. So here tonight, you're going to hear us talk about interaction, collaboration, synchronous learning opportunities, regular formative assessment, prompt feedback, individualized contact with students, and an acceleration of learning at grade level content.
So considering the feedback from the survey and the research we conducted, we elected to convene a number of summer work groups to keep it fun because we were working in the summer. We called them sandboxes. It wasn't quite the equivalent of a sandbox, but we tried. We actually did get a lot of work done though. And again, we ended up with 9 different work groups that met throughout the summer several times. I want to acknowledge those were a social emotional learning toolkit, and we'll dive deeper into some of these, not tonight, but we'll mention them. But there's some great work here. Melanie Patterson led a team there, an equity toolkit led by Amanda Bannister and Ann Felice, a health and safety toolkit for reopening that was aligned with PBIS led by Lisa Phillips and a number of teachers at Rockland Elementary School, a learning loss and assessment with 2 of our coaches there, Ann Felice and Kylie Bray, 2 distance learning groups for elementary and secondary, and special education groups led by Stacy Barsdale and Beth Davidson and their teams, and then an EL work group as well. So again, lots of great work that we'll be sharing with you as we go forward. So this brings us to talking about the work of 2 specific groups, and those are the 2 distance learning work groups. Just to dive into the elementary a little bit, this group had about 25 participants. What was amazing this summer is we reached out to a lot of people thinking like, we'll see who's in town. Everybody was in town, and everybody was interested in doing this work, which was really heartening. I appreciated Travis jumping in and getting names as well to add to these groups. That helped a lot in terms of rounding out the group numbers. We started with some just guiding questions about what did we learn, what worked, what didn't, what are best practices, how they'll be incorporated into the next iteration, what training can we provide to teachers to reboot this and make 2021 even better than before. Out of that group, we looked at 6 different buckets or groups of information that I'll categorize here. And what I'm going to share with you tonight is kind of what the most salient themes that came out of those groups were. And as Marty mentioned, what was really pretty great is that a lot of the recommendations that came from this group of mainly teachers, but also special education teachers, administrators, coaches, was they aligned very closely with research, specifically that PACE research that he mentioned. So our first group was looking at building relationships and maintaining student engagement. And first of all, we talked about the importance of developing a class community, norms for engagement and participation right off the bat so everyone's clear. But that idea that students need to be connected and engaged from the first day was really important. That included daily live interactions with students and parents to engage and inspire. Parents needed that attention too. That came out of the group. We needed to provide timely and regular feedback to students and also to families. And this idea that this isolation and exposure from COVID-19, the stressors that on students needed to be addressed through social emotional needs. So lessons and activities should be intentional about addressing that SEL piece going forward. As I mentioned, another group worked on a SEL toolkit, which is an extensive resource of activities and lessons and presentations that will address this. Teachers will be given this tool to start the year so they can begin to use these tools in their classrooms and integrate them. The second group we worked on in elementary was curriculum and instruction. And again, kind of the best practices were identifying instructional priorities. So understanding that we may not be able to cover every single piece of content in the distance learning format. We need to pick and choose the essential standards and focus on those with students. Moreover, we should accelerate that learning in the grade level content and resist kind of that remediation piece or going backwards to what they might have missed, but try to find out what they missed and how we could scaffold that in the current year. We talked about how during synchronous time, if we're doing live instruction, it should focus on those one-to-one interactions or small group instruction. This idea of this flipped classroom where students might watch a video and get the learning or the direct instruction, and then the teacher might back that up with small group meetings or individual meetings to reinforce concepts was really powerful. And then this idea that we needed to provide multiple modalities and opportunities for students to interact and respond. This universal design for learning for distance learning, that we need to remove barriers and provide content in multiple formats so students could access, because there's barriers behind that screen that we can't see. We actually had a prior group do this universal design for distance learning, a great resource that teachers are using. And this idea that we need to develop students as expert learners, particularly in distance learning, is really powerful because they're largely driving their own learning, that motivation. So the sooner we can get them on board with that, the better. Another group targeted assessment or demonstration of learning. We talked about quickly assessing learning loss, identifying standards needing support, and providing that scaffolding and additional instruction as required. That feedback again, feedback and grades so students they can have live and independent work, they can get feedback, and they can fully participate in class. The ways we provide assessment have to be varied, so multiple opportunities to demonstrate learning, live learning, quizzes, assessments, project-based, self-scored rubrics, and this non-traditional approach that might even be low-tech, so creation of learning artifacts and taking a picture of that, creating a poster, doing an engineering project, or a blog to show your learning. So different ways. It's not the same as a traditional classroom, and we need to accommodate for that. Again, another group worked on an assessment toolkit. So when we talk about assessing learning loss to start the year, I want to acknowledge Ann Felice, coach, and Kylie Bray, retired coach, who came out of retirement and put together this amazing resource. I think they work 10 to 12 hours a day, honestly, for a week to get this done. It provides grade level by grade level assessments and videos to guide teachers in this process and make them comfortable with when students come back. We've brought in a new tool, Freckle, to assess student learning loss, and we can measure their learning loss over a month in particular standards, or their learning gains, hopefully. So we have a great plan in terms of students returning to school and addressing those needs. Quick quote, when working online, you have to treat communication like air. You have to pump it through the system. I love that quote. I think it's very true, having done some online teaching myself. It's so important. So we had a group working on communication and support for students and parents. This idea that we have to completely front load parents with information, including daily schedules, expectations for online learning, methods of communication. And then train students and parents on, how do I use this the learning management system? How do I use this digital tool? We found teachers overwhelmingly said, wow, parents were very overwhelmed by all the tools we gave them. We need to crunch it down and be very simple and consistent and provide training. The routine was important. They want to engage parents as coaches and partners to support their child's learning at home. So we're going to provide some workshops for parents specifically on how to support students at home, and teachers are going to be part of that as well. This one's a little similar. We talked about organization and scheduling, why that's so important, having a consistent daily schedule to establish those routines, aligning that across grade levels, having common lunches and breaks. Using that standard LMS, making sure everybody understands what's expected of them, removing barriers. We put out sample schedules for teachers to look at. This is one example of that, but there's some others that we worked on with the negotiating table that teachers are using to establish a daily schedule that makes sense with their grade level peers. And finally, we talked about professional development and teacher collaboration. One thing I spoke with Trustee Stevens about that came up at the table, I think he'll be happy to hear, is the importance of collaboration at a grade level and sharing the load of work. So this is a tremendous amount of work to create content and videos and be live and synchronous and all at the same time. But by working together as a grade level team and sharing content areas or creating videos that can be shared or even giving feedback in groups, that can be made manageable. So this real emphasis on grade level teams working together. Having regular drop-in professional development, an ed camp style where teachers could actually post videos and examples of the work they're doing to share with other teachers, and then maximizing the PD days we have and PLC Mondays for training, collaboration, and articulation between schools and across grade levels. So next steps for us is we're using this information. We've developed a distance learning resource that will be shared with teachers this week, and there's a professional development piece that goes with that that's largely directing teachers to work together, take these recommendations, work together to come up with a plan for their grade level that's consistent and mentions all the things I've talked about. There's going to be some work around social emotional learning and those assessment toolkits. There's going to be immediate and ongoing opportunities for teachers to collaborate with peers, to share expertise and develop lessons and activities. We're going to have ongoing live and asynchronous PD provided by our coaches and our tech department, and then web-based resources and training for students and parents on hardware, software, and supporting distance learning at home. So all of those things are either happening now or will be happening in the next few days and weeks.
So with that, very similar to what Bill had mentioned, we did the same thing at the secondary level in thinking that it's summer, we may not get everyone to agree. And I reached out to principals and had a conversation with Travis. And within 2 days, we had 24 teachers step up saying, yes, I want to do this work. So we looked at some of those questions, as Bill has mentioned. And at the secondary level, these are some of the areas in which the leadership came together, looking at that PACE document and worked through. I just want to call out, Principal Justin Cutts, our coaches, because the school year, in my opinion, has not started yet. So Bill Kimmel is still a coach, but he stepped in and helped out along with Amanda Bannister. And then very fortunate to have Ms. Beth Davidson lead one of these groups, not only as a previous excellent math teacher and principal, but now through the lens of special education and how that plays a part in this. And then special shout out for Scott Collins for stepping in. Not only did he lead a group, but he also took on really this whole project and worked with me along that. In addition to that, you see the names of the teachers that participated. And what makes me proud of this is that represents all 5 secondary sites. We had teachers from Springview, Granite Oaks, Rockland High, Whitney High, and Victory High participate in this, and they came together, as earlier Bill mentioned, family. They came together like a family because they all want to do what's in the best interest of kids, and they want to make distance learning 2021 the best it could be. With that, we talked about why, and I'm not going to read this to you, but as we go through and look at this, obviously distance learning is different. But we all understand the importance of those positive working relationships and how that's going to be a challenge to do when you're not in person. So we have to have greater focus on that. We have to focus on the whole child and build that community. As I believe Trustee Price, you mentioned earlier about going digital, there's some anxiety out there, and not only anxiety for students and parents, but teachers as well. This is something new. Regardless if you're a seasoned veteran, you've never done anything like this, at the beginning of school. So we all have to work on this. We have to understand that we're going to make mistakes and we're going to learn from those mistakes and move forward. And that's what this group really did, is come together to learn from what we previously did to make distance learning 2021 better. Sorry, I'm driving two things here. With that, one of the topics that we talked about was building that culture and community. And as Bill had mentioned, the importance of those relationships, teacher to student, peer to peer, and working that in, especially in the first couple weeks of school, because kids need that interaction. They miss that interaction. I've never heard more kids say, I miss going to school, than I have when I talk to kids now. They need that. Secondly, we need to build that community. And I know kids miss graduation, and kids are going to miss assemblies and rallies and that first day excitement, but that's where our teachers are going to step in, and I have no doubt they'll do a great job to build that community online. They have to focus on those procedures and online norms and expectations. And also, as Bill had mentioned, the importance of communication, not only at the beginning of the year, but on a regular basis. We have to continue to communicate, to update our parents and our community as far as what we're doing. And then the importance of that teacher to teacher. And I want to thank the board for their ongoing support of the Articulation Mondays. They're going to be so important this year that we truly work together with each other in collaboration to do the best we can. We need to focus, thirdly, on the whole child. And as you look into this one, and teachers take that risk and share that they have their own strengths and weaknesses, and students always love to see teachers online and make mistakes, and we just own it because we need to send the message that no one's perfect, we're going to make mistakes, we do that as teachers, as administrators, and we learn and move on. And then finally, that engagement, since they're not going to be on campus doing all those fun activities, we have to step it up in distance learning, and I have no doubt that our teachers will do that. This is an example of the final product, and Bill and I will be sharing those final products with the board tomorrow. Because this is an example that the team put together where teachers can go in there. These are all live links that they'll click on if they're looking for an idea or just want to try something new. And again, I just can't thank the teachers enough for all the time and effort and energy they put in on this. Something I forgot to mention at the beginning, even before the groups came together, Scott Collins sent out an agenda and they had a brainstorming topic. I opened that shortly after Scott shared that, and there was already about 5 pages full of great ideas and excitement. You could just see the excitement in the work that they provided. And again, that's an example that I'll be sharing with a board tomorrow or Friday, because teachers are looking forward. Teachers want to go back to school as well, not only students, but so do teachers. With that, I'm going to pass the next one on, and again, I want to publicly thank Scott Collins for all his effort. He led the work on Schoology. So next up will be the principal of Springview Middle School, Mr. Scott Collins.
Thank you very much, Marty. Really appreciate it. It was a really good group, as Marty keeps alluding to. The Schoology organization piece was really passionate for a lot of us, but me personally, I'm one of the end users. I've got a junior at Whitney High School this year. I can't freaking believe it. She's getting her driver's license soon. It's getting a little scary, but I'm jumping on Schoology and looking at teacher pages and trying to help my daughter distance learn. And so the more organized that they can be, the more they can be aligned across the district, across the site, not necessarily district, but across the site, the easier it is for me to find resources. And we had a lot of talk about that, not only in the subgroup, but in the whole group as well, is this idea of efficient organization. And that was certainly highlighted by our group. Next slide, please. And we identified sort of 3 areas: effective communication, logical organization, and stakeholder training. On the communication side, we really thought that kind of an all of an above approach, because some parents are going to want to get information on emails, and some students are going to find it in the Schoology updates, and some are going to find it here and there. And as much as we can as teachers to try to hit all modalities of people on how they're going to receive it, is the better. And we know that as sites as well. You got to push it out on an email and on Facebook, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's one of the things we kind of sold. The logical organization is really important, but the big key here, and you can see it underlined, is consistency. The consistency of structure, the consistency of routine, and then if we can get some consistency across the site, obviously we want some creativity and innovation between the teachers, but if everybody's got their agenda in the same spot and in a relatively the same format, it's really easy for students and parents to find what they're supposed to do and when they're supposed to do it. And then the last one is that stakeholder training, building those tutorials for the parents, building those tutorials for the students, and having those ready for, so they know what to do and when to do it. Next slide, please. This is an example of one of our many pages in the document, and you can see some of the live links that'll help teachers out. Next slide, please. And then the next subtopic is content delivery. Obviously a really important subtopic. This was a great group that had many good discussions. Student engagement, clarity, and efficiency is where they really honed in on. Next, please. This is an example right from the guide. You can see it focuses on learning targets and building hyperdocs. Hyperdocs was something that the group was really passionate about on teaching, you know, and a lot of teachers are already using them, but they wanted to keep it spreading and keep building better hyperdocs. And if I had about 45 more minutes, I'd get into the details of what exactly hyperdoc is. For those of you in the room that are looking at me like I have no idea what you're saying, I'll just skip to the end. It's a really cool tool that they're going to learn how to use by clicking that link. Next, please. And then synchronous and asynchronous tools. There's going to be a balance in the room, and teachers having, you know, resources and ideas and tutorials for how to deliver good synchronous and asynchronous learning. And again, Bill did a great job on talking a lot about this at the elementary side. You know, while there are differences in secondary, there's a lot of similarities as well. Next slide, please. And again, some of the additional resources in the content delivery, do's and don'ts of online discussions, expectations for Zoom, just really good resources for best practices for our teachers. Next slide, please. At this point, I'm going to pass it along to my very esteemed colleague who we miss deeply at Springview Middle School, but she's doing great work now for the district in special education, Miss Beth Davison.
Thanks, Scott. I miss you too. So I have the honor of sharing the work of 2 different work groups. The teachers were phenomenal and just professionals who embrace the opportunity to learn from their own experiences and support students by supporting one another, which is one of the most important aspects of their position. And so I really appreciated their leadership. It was really energizing to hear their discussions and their reflection, their own research that they've done in their classroom, and then the recommendations they had moving forward. So student practice and feedback was the first work group that I'll be sharing a little bit about today. They talked a lot about how students need multiple low-stakes opportunities to gain feedback from their teacher and learn in order to grow. So making sure that effective feedback is fair, accurate, specific, and timely. And you'll see a lot of crossover here between the practice and feedback and the assessment work groups. Some themes will come up there. So they talked about informal and formal feedback and how do we transfer that skill set that teachers have developed quite well for both formal and informal in a brick and mortar setting to a virtual setting. So group practice, this is one of the 4 domains that they covered. So they talked about synchronous opportunities and then guided practice with tools such as an interactive whiteboard. So you can see some different resources they have using Kami. An interactive whiteboard is a phenomenal tool where you can have collaborative brainstorming and practice for students. The next topic they covered was individual practice. So again, what does that shift look like from brick and mortar to a virtual setting? So these are some tools you would see if you were to walk into a physical classroom on one of our school sites. So how do we shift these so that they do work in a virtual model? So for example, an interactive notebook might be a shared source between the teacher and the student via a hyperdoc. So they may be using Google Slides or Kami as a tool to provide some live interaction and feedback between teacher and student. It can be kind of an ongoing conversation. A couple other elements to highlight: an interactive worksheet, maybe how to make a document interactive so that the student is able to type or draw on the document or record responses on an individual copy. So we might see that as a journal or some kind of a notebook if we were in a brick and mortar setting. And then a video response to a prompt. So you can use Flipgrid or Screencastify are a couple of the tools that the work group highlighted in order to provide or respond to teacher prompts via a video. So we can actually see the student responding. The next domain was feedback from teacher to student. So mastery-oriented formative assessment. So specific feedback that's aimed to improve student performance, and that may be through the use of comments or a rubric. Overall feedback in the grade book, so how to provide comments in the overall column in the Schoology platform. So there's some information about how teachers can do that. Performance feedback on assignment, so comments to give context for a grade rather than just providing a point points or a letter grade for an assignment. And then lastly, they talked a lot about the human element. So how do we keep students motivated, engaged, and have a sense of belonging in our classrooms and develop relationships with them in a virtual setting? So one of the ways they wanted to make sure that that was happening through practice and feedback was by providing positive reinforcement to students. So how do we acknowledge their efforts and accomplishments and really make sure that we are acknowledging the growth they're making? And then lastly, feedback from teacher to families. So they have a couple different options here. Email, and they have 2 different forms there. So sending a weekly email or an update out to families, and then individual student communication or family communication when that's more appropriate. And then comments on assignments would be accessible to families as well. So we know that parents play a huge role in their child's educational journey, and that they have been incredible supports in our virtual or distance learning model. So making sure that we're providing opportunities for them to provide feedback and engage with their child as well. And then the next work group is focused on assessments. And again, you will see some crossover here in terms of themes. So this group really focused on the why, that it's essential to monitor student progress, that we're providing valuable data so that we know what we are reteaching, and that we're monitoring student progress and growth. And when we see that they're not progressing, that we are providing timely intervention and supports to them. Equity and access was a large topic of discussion in each of the different subgroups that we have in the secondary work groups. So just making sure that not only is learning accessible to students, but the way that we measure learning is appropriate for every student that we have, which is a tall task. Focus on formative rather than summative assessments, using smaller assessments with a fewer number of questions, and then some flexibility with due dates or grace periods for students and families who may need that. And then on the right-hand side is just a reference from College Preparatory Mathematics, which is our secondary mathematics curriculum. And there's really an emphasis that this is an opportunity to think differently about assessment and explore new ways for students to demonstrate their knowledge and understanding. And that may be project-based, it may be videos, it may be the use of portfolios, just as a few examples. And then the how, the work group put together some phenomenal resources. They even use Screencastify to create some of their models that are accessible to teachers. And those are all accessible through a Schoology group that they put together. So that's what that access code is that you see there. So it's a bank where they can go in and search for different video tutorials and view any of them as many times as they want on their own time. And you can see there are some different topic areas here and on the next slide as well. So this one, they have an example, so subject-specific videos. They have an example of what a math corrective might look like for a student, so how to complete that in a virtual setting with our mastery learning model, and then using question banks in order to create assessments that may be individualized based on student need. And then this is some additional resources. And one thing I want to highlight here is you'll see they have created videos and resources both for the teacher and the student. So in the middle row there, the right-hand side says for students, how to view teacher feedback in Schoology. So in order for students to receive effective feedback, we have to train them on how to take feedback and where to look for it. And if we fail to do that, then students will have a difficult time accessing and growing to their greatest potential. And then we also have academic honesty. In an online, when you switch to a virtual platform, we want to make sure not only is the data that we're receiving accurate and our assessments are authentic, but that we are minimizing the amount of plagiarism that's taking place in order for us to progress monitor students. So they just provided some suggestions and tools here. So Turnitin is a resource for any kind of written assignment where you can look for plagiarism. And then using a test bank, they just gave some examples about how you can reword things or provide a bank of questions so that each student gets a different number of questions, using Google Meet to have more of a live interaction during assessment, and then again, that focus on project-based assessment can help with that as well.
So with that, just looking at the day in a life of a middle school student and a high school student, and really basing this off some of the feedback we receive from parents about really truly wanting some consistency. Again, as we've said time and time again, get back to school as soon as possible, and we're all looking forward to that. But in this distance learning model, these are some examples of what a school day may look like. These are not exactly what the schedules are at schools currently, but for example, in middle school, we have 2 lunches. In that 5th period, half the school goes to lunch and the other half attends 5th period, and then they rotate. And then again, we'll be doing that same thing at the secondary high school, which will be due. One of the differences here that I want to make sure everyone does understand is we did come to an agreement with the teachers union. Typically, we already have a 4x4 model, but we call that a modified or an AB. And that's where students take 8 classes. But now, in the best interest of kids, so it's going to be less stressful on them, hopefully, and hopefully less stressful on teachers, they're going to complete a year's worth of work in a semester. So this year, for the first time in Rockland Unified, they will be taking 4 classes first semester, a year's worth of credit, because they will be going to that class every day. In our traditional model that we've used since the beginning of Rockland High School, it's alternated and they've had 8 classes. So we really think this will cause less stress on our teachers and more importantly, on our students. So now they can focus on those 4 classes. As far as next steps, very similar to what Bill had mentioned before, we're going to, in the process of the final development, and we look forward to sharing that with the trustees later this week. And this already did go out, and some of our secondary sites had leadership teams where they rolled this out. And then looking at those PLCs, leadership department heads will then be going into either more detail with their teachers in those department meetings. We will continue to provide some professional development. I really look at this as a living document, because as more and more every day, a teacher learns something new and they share it with their department. And if they are able to take that and really benefit students for that, put it in the document, so then everyone, not only at the secondary level, but even maybe at the elementary level, because again, we're all in this together and we all want to provide the best distant learning environment we can. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Special Education, Ms. Stacy Barsdale.
Thanks, Marty. Good evening. So we also had an opportunity to pull together some staff and really focus in on serving students with special needs. And many of the suggestions and best practices that came out of the elementary and secondary groups will apply to much of what we do. So we try to just be more specific in the area of really making sure that we're providing access for our students. So we had 37 participants, and we had teachers, administrators, we had related service providers, we had some classified staff, and we ended up with a very large group, and I was very impressed about just how passionate they were and how motivated they were to really look at what's best for students. And so we really focused in on best practices and really looking at all the services that we needed to provide and how we could improve. So on the next slide, you'll see that we focused in on also, similar to what they talked about, is just daily live interaction. So we want to make sure that all students have a check-in daily with their general education teacher, but also with their special education teacher, so they are following up on how they're doing and checking in on them on their more specific work associated with their goals. But that we also want to improve live interaction with parents and just increase that participation and engagement. So number 2, we really looked at some of the new legal requirements and how they apply to students with IEPs. So one of the new requirements is that all students must have an emergency plan put in place so that if we have any kind of an emergency, any emergency condition that lasts more than 10 days, we've identified already what alternative modes will be put in place for those students and how they will receive instruction So we've spent some time training staff and informing them on some of the new requirements to make sure that they're aware of this requirement. As of now, the requirement is that that has to be put into place either at an initial IEP or at their next regularly scheduled IEP. So we're going to really try to be a little bit more proactive in getting those in place much sooner than that. The third area that we wanted to focus in on is putting together individual distance learning plans. And the purpose of that is, similar to what Marty and Bill mentioned, is just having a very specific schedule so that everybody knows what to expect, everybody knows when students are receiving services, how those services are being received, what platform is being used, how it's delivered, the frequency, duration, and just making sure that parents know how to get support if they need it with their child. We also looked at curriculum and instruction for our students. So we researched and looked into different software and different curriculum that has online options that we did not have last spring. So we've improved those areas to provide access to all of our students. Some of those curriculum and software will actually be some more interactive support for families. We've also really increased our professional development, specifically in distance learning. One of the things that we're working on right now is improving and increasing training for our IAs. So our instructional aides last spring weren't as involved directly with students, but this year we're really making sure that they're working one-to-one with students in small groups. They're pushing into general ed classrooms. So that's really our focus coming up as the school year starts. We also are looking at just making sure that we're preparing all of our new staff. So yesterday, August 4th, we did an all-day new teacher academy to just introduce them to all aspects of Rockland and IEP process and procedures and making sure that they understand how to get support, where things are located. Today, we focused in on training them 2 different sessions to train them on really what they need to include in those emergency plans and distance learning plans. And then tomorrow, they will receive support for curriculum and instruction and also on behavior and supporting families. Ongoing, we'll also make sure that they have Q&A sessions if they need to have questions answered. So over the next week, we have sessions already set up for our staff. If they need to check in and join in, they can ask questions. We will continue to do weekly check-ins as we know things are changing by the minute so that we can constantly update them with any new changes that affect how they're serving students. So those are just some of the things that the group came up with, and we're going to have a continued work group option for them to continue to participate as things continue to change. All right, so I'd like to hand that over to Hannah Anderson.
Good evening. Over the course of this year, we plan to provide additional supports for our English learners, foster and homeless youth, and our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Our plans include a virtual back-to-school fair to provide supplies, community resources, and elicit input on serving and supporting these students and their families. We also have increased access to mental health services in all of our schools, but specifically our elementary schools, and referrals to community organizations will continue, which were started last spring. During this time, we will also provide access to needed technologies and continue access for nutrition services, including support with transportation to receive those nutrition services, utilizing our Title I program. We will have increased communication with our families through weekly parent-guardian office hours and information sessions hosted in multiple languages. We identified that a barrier to participating in Distance Learning 1.0 was parent access to understanding many of the pieces of distance learning. And so it is our goal to make sure that we provide more opportunities for families to understand what their student distance learning school looks like. We also plan to host parent trainings, so not just those office hours, but really wanting to make sure that we train our parents, and specifically our English learner parents, in multiple languages on those various platforms. We will continue to provide translation services, but also want to ensure that all of our sites around the district understand how to access those translation services and that they are available to any teacher to utilize in communicating with families. We tried, right actually before going into distance learning last spring, we tried a small test of site-based certificated liaisons to support our homeless and foster youth, and we will be scaling that up over the course of this school year. We will also continue ongoing screening of participation and performance with individualized outreach when we see gaps in participation or performance. Specifically for our English learners, we do have an uninterrupted designated ELD time, English language development time, each day to ensure that that designated ELD is met while the integrated is happening throughout the day. We also will be utilizing our current assessment data in order to reclassify. We have a number of English learner students who are ready for reclassification based on previous assessment data. In order to also meet the needs of our newcomers, we plan to have virtual newcomer hours at this time and hope to be able to resume in-person newcomer hours to the greatest extent possible as soon as we can to support our students new to the English language in acquiring the skills that they need to be successful in school. We want to ensure that we are also monitoring the progress and participation of students during distance learning. It's very important to us to make sure they're connected to school. We will be soliciting feedback from teachers, parents, and students during this time of distance learning and beyond. We will plan to focus on student engagements and assignments and synchronous lessons. We will be monitoring student achievement, including utilizing diagnostic, formative, and summative assessment data over the course of distance learning time. Additionally, we are looking at a system to monitor not just daily attendance, but also social emotional wellness on a daily basis. And more information will be shared related to attendance in early next week. We're working on a plan for that, finalizing a plan for that and making sure that it works across all departments and that it is also teacher friendly. So over the course of distance learning, we plan to utilize the tools that we have learned in improvement science to test ourselves, to try new things, to see how they're working, to come back, try again. We know that we are going to have times when we have missteps. We know there are going to be times when we have great successes. We want to learn from our successes. We also want to learn from our missteps and grow from them. And so we will utilize the tools of improvement science to help us there. And we will continue to use our multi-tiered system of support to engage students when they need more than just that Tier 1 instruction. We have robust systems of Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports when we are in-person learning, and we are working to scale those up in distance learning as well. In those summer work groups, we're very thoughtful across all of the different domains about how we can serve the needs of those who need more in distance learning, and we plan on scaling up those services for them this fall. And with that, I pass it back to Dr. McDonald.
And I'm going to pass it to Marty Flowers.
Thank you very much. So as Trustee Stevens mentioned before, I think all of us in the district office and in Ed Services go to the Placer County website. We're all looking forward to the day that we'll be able to return to school, albeit in a hybrid model, but we continue to prepare for that. We're creating alternative lists, A-B students, again, in a hybrid model. Half the kids will be coming, and I know that's going to look a little different in TK through first grade, but we're looking forward grades 2 through 12 that they'll be in an alternating model. We continue to develop those health guidelines because, again, every time we make a plan, the guidelines change. So we keep updated on that and working with our school sites to ensure the safety of all people on campus. And then we will continue to prepare detailed communications to keep all stakeholders informed of the next steps.
So in closing, know that we're committed to working together to overcome the challenges presented by COVID-19. Our theme this year is embracing possibilities, and in this crisis, we're going to continue to learn and adapt our approaches to better meet the needs of students and families. We're going to continue to provide options for learning that match the needs of the Rockland community and meet the guidelines of the state and county health departments. As you've heard many times, we very much look forward to students and teachers returning to school as soon as possible when it's safe to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you to everyone. I'm going to open up for comments, but I just want to start by saying this is an impressive amount of work. I think that, we've all acknowledged that last year did not go the way we wanted to. Distance learning was not the success we expect in Rockland of ourselves. It was an unprecedented moment in time. We had to sort of adapt, but this unbelievable amount of work going into thinking about how we can improve speaks to the high quality of Rockland. And I think I'm excited for parents to see the difference and to see the quality of our teaching and the quality of leadership in Rockland, because it speaks, it makes me very proud to be part of this community when I see this work going on. I'm looking forward to having a further conversation, but at this point, let me thank you and open it up to my colleagues for any questions or comments.
Who wants to go?
Derek, you're sort of the designated go first guy. I don't know why, but.
So again, I'll repeat. So thank you very much. I like the Distance Learning 2.0. I saw a lot of great examples of continuous improvement, and just amazed at the amount of tools that you put in the toolbox, so that as an educator, as an administrator, like all the different things. So it's not just a, hey, just do something simple. It's, I'm going to give you a multitude of tools and figure out the best way to use it. So I think that's a great example of just ingenuity and outside the box thinking. And then with the SPED and the IEPs, just looking at the multiple resources and amazed that you had, and I think you used 37 different people. So it's not just a one person, here's your one answer. It's we're trained and we're teaching a lot of people how to answer a multitude of questions. So that was very good. And one question on, and it was like in the schedule of an elective. So things like CTE. So I know Dan Frank has a great program at Rockland. Brett Hunter has a great program at Whitney, those things. How do you do that in a distance learning format? I'm just asking you, I guess.
Yeah, I'm currently working with Ryan Johnson because we're trying to get software in which they will be able to go in. Obviously, you can't in Dan's class or Brett Hunter's class. You can't really do that, but you can demonstrate that. And then with the software we're attempting to get, hopefully kids will be able to go in there and participate in some virtual learning of those CTE courses.
All right. Amazing. And then, the grade level teams, we talked about that. Is that outside of the school? So that's not the Sunset Ranch 4th grade team. It's because we're in distance learning, is this like the 4th grade RUSD team?
Yeah, so in the spring, actually, teachers requested that we organized in those PD days in April, we organized district-wide grade level articulation and teachers really liked it. So just the cross-sharing of ideas and brainstorming. So we actually created several open sessions where grade levels can just come in and share those ideas. We'll continue to do that because I think it's very productive.
Yeah, I think that's a great benefit, just to get that pollination of different ideas. So,
Yep.
Okay. So thank you.
Thanks, Derek. Do you want to go, Rochelle?
Thank you so much. This was amazing amount of work and information, and thank you for presenting it in a way that is easy for us to understand and also for our families to understand. And also thank you for involving so much collaboration with the teachers. When you have the people that are on the ground running, right? Those are the key people that we need there to help make these decisions and give input that we can learn from our mistakes, like you guys have mentioned, and also move forward with many successes. I appreciate that. Marty, can you talk, I know it was also in a public comment, a little bit about how VAPA classes could look?
Yes, the VAPA classes, again, Ryan Johnson, we're on ongoing conversations with some of the software companies and what they offer.
Okay.
For example, Trustee Counter mentioned Dan Frank's class. his class is so sophisticated, it literally needs special software just for him to run some of those modules that he offers. And so those are ongoing. We are reaching out to some of those teachers to see. Actually, Dan Frank provided a document about distance learning that's very helpful that some of the groups looked at. And so we don't have any definitive answers at this time, but we continue to have those negotiations. And I will say, unfortunately, some of the vendors, they're changing their prices where, last year a lot of this stuff was free, and I understand it's a business. However, some of that pricing has changed, so we're having those ongoing conversations, and as soon as I have some definite answers, I'd be happy to share with the board.
Thank you. Bill, can you help ease concerns of parents and also share with me what your teacher feedback was for elementary kids that the concern is, a lot of screen time during the day?
Yeah, absolutely. We kind of blasted through that schedule, but I don't want to go back 40 slides to show it to you, but the way we've blocked out the day is essentially to meet the instructional minutes required by SB 98 is like 45 minutes of ELA, 45 minutes of math, 45 minutes of social studies and science throughout the day. That is not 45 minutes of the teacher sitting lecturing at you on a computer. No one wants that. That's not good instruction. It would, probably make kids blind. So what that 45 minutes is actually a combination of synchronous and asynchronous instruction. It could be a small recorded video or live instructional piece, but then that's going to be followed up with independent work, small group work, peer collaboration work. So it won't all be the students staring at a screen all day. We want kids off the screen working on pieces. The other piece I mentioned in there is that demonstration of learning or the assignments. We actually want students doing some low-tech things. We have some great high-tech tools like Flipgrid where students can make a video and share with their teacher, and that's really cool and helpful. But we do want students building things and then maybe showing the teacher a picture or going outside and doing some scientific exploration. So we absolutely don't want kids on screens all day, and I think that's a shared interest. Particularly at K1, we all have an interest in not having them on screens, which is why that in the hybrid model, we have that alternate schedule where they come every day and they come AM and PM. In this unfortunate distance learning, I feel like they are the group that will struggle. And so we're going to work particularly with those teachers in terms of how do we engage kids but not have them on the screen, but give parents the coaching and support to do activities at home with their students. In fact, I'm going to do a plug for Monday at 5:30 to 6:30. We have an Ask RUSD specifically for new K and TK parents who are coming in to talk about distance learning, how to support your student at home, take a deep breath, some things you can do that are helpful to get your students off screen. We're gonna have a great panel with the esteemed executive director of First Live California there, Camille Mabin, so she'll offer some tips and tricks for parents. So those are the kind of things we wanna do because we agree, we don't want students on screens all day.
Those are great, thank you. I also love the idea of the parent support workshops. That was something that I heard from a lot of families as well, is that the software was overwhelming and not easy to understand, and so I feel like that's a really great idea. I appreciate that, and the communication being consistent is going to be really key. So thank you for all of the work that you've done.
Thanks, Rochelle. Eric?
Questions about music. What, if anything, were we able to do in the spring, and what is the plan going forward? Because I saw the current, I think it's mandates that we're operating under, say, even if we could be in person, you couldn't have in-person choir or band, which seemed definitive to me, not even with social distancing. It makes sense when you think about projecting loudly air into an enclosed environment, but distance learning, what are we going to be doing? Are we still able to provide those experiences? And specifically in elementary, have we figured out yet how we can provide music, which has always been pull-out music? Some of the students leave, they go to the music teacher, and it happens at different times throughout the day. Have we figured out how to work that into the schedule? Or are these still open questions we're trying to figure out?
I will say prior to the latest guidance that came out, things on the internet, they had similar to masks that we wear, masks going over the instruments to prevent any of that from coming out. But now in the latest guidance, it's saying that we should not be doing that in person. You know, distance learning could work differently, especially some of my thinking is with the Zoom, you might have breakout classrooms for the different instruments. And I have no doubt that our music teachers will do a great job, and they are being very creative, and they will continue to provide that. However, as I mentioned before, guidelines change, so we will continue to work and we will follow the guidelines, but we will figure out creative ways to continue to support the whole child in Rockland.
And even in the spring, we did have elementary music, so we built that into the schedule where kids could go, and there was live and the asynchronous music instruction, so recorded videos. What was cool and what will continue is kids having the ability to get or watch a lesson and then submit a video of themselves playing to their teacher and get feedback on their performance. And that was reported by the music teachers as working really well. So we're going to do a combination of those pieces this time as well. And no, we haven't, that's the next thing to build into the schedule. We worked on PE and VAPA today. It's a challenge, but we're going to get there.
And I guess one other comment, well, two other comments. First, again, we cannot say enough. Thank you so much to everyone who has been working so hard this summer, especially people who did not have to be working that hard this summer to pull all of this together. And we know it's not the end of the road. This is an ongoing, continuous process. So thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for the time you're putting in. This is really, really difficult. A quick comment. I was listening to an interview with the CEO of Khan Academy, giving ideas for districts and traditional brick and mortar charter schools about things to keep in mind when they make this transition to distance learning. One thing he said that made a ton of sense to me as soon as he said it was that using that synchronous screen time to just lecture is probably the least effective way to use that synchronous screen time. And that makes total sense. So I know we're working on that. I know people are coming up with creative ideas. And that then reminded me of the acronym, which I've forgotten, but I remember a few years ago when we had a presentation about how we're integrating technology more into the classroom. SAMR, great, SAMR. And it's sort of that continuum, that hierarchy of first you get new technology and it just becomes an extra thing. And then you get to a point where technology starts to replace things you were doing without technology. But eventually you hopefully get to a point where you're using the technology to do new, innovative things that you couldn't do before. I think we all have to put that hat back on, and we all have to continually think through how can we totally rethink how we're teaching kids in the classroom to take as much advantage of the pros and cons of distance learning. Because I think to the extent people just try and take their usual lesson plans and just try and dump it on Zoom or Google Classroom, it'll work, but it'll potentially not work as well. And it may also be a whole lot more work than just working together collaboratively with a bunch of people to start to rethink, like from the ground up, how do we most effectively use this technology? So I know that's already started. I know a lot of that's going on, and it's exciting. There's a lot of challenges, but challenges are opportunities, and that's exciting. Thank you.
Thanks. Did you get turned on to the EdSource podcast? Is that what you heard, Sal Khan?
Yes.
Look at you. I love that.
Yep.
That's awesome.
EdSource podcast. It has been a great resource
it's
this
a great
summer.
thing. Yeah.
So everyone has said it, so just to say how much I appreciate, as we all do, all the work that has gone on. For every question, there's 100 more questions. It is an onion that you can't peel back far enough. So tackling all of that from every spot that each of you sit in is amazing work. And so really, I do appreciate it, as we all do, all of that. Having said that, I have a few questions. So for just taking some notes here. So back to, and this is maybe too weedy, but I'm sorry. So, because I think people would want to know. So back to, Hannah, you were talking about technology and Chromebooks. And so how's that going to work? When are people going to go pick those up? Is that like the first day of school? Is that like, you know, and how will parents know what to do? Or, sorry, Bill.
So
sorry.
principals are organizing that at sites with their tech. So Ryan and the principals have been talking. Some sites have already started computer distribution. Some will do it next week. I know that for Rockland Virtual Campus specifically, they're picking up Chromebooks here at the district office on Tuesday afternoon. Okay. And hotspots are available as well. So that messaging is happening now.
Right. So somebody said to me, which I didn't even perceive as a problem, was what if a family has multiple children, all engaged, are all supposed to be online at the same time, but as a family don't have the bandwidth to, you know, to get that done? What do we say to them?
We would want them to come and let us know that they're having bandwidth issues and check out one of our hotspots that we have available to them.
So to add to what they have in the house, then they could do that.
Absolutely, especially
But
if they
again,
were
it's not-
finding.
and they could also get multiple devices for the multiple kids.
Yes,
Yeah.
they could have multiple devices for multiple students at home. And we want for them to, if they have a Wi-Fi, to use their Wi-Fi because we do not have unlimited hotspots to provide. But if it is a bandwidth issue and that's causing a barrier for students to participate in learning, then we will have hotspots available for them.
Yeah, it really was, the person I was talking to, it was about maybe parents who have foster or resource families who have multiple resource kids, you know, multiple foster children.
Absolutely, and we are prioritizing and making sure specifically that our foster and homeless youth do have access to Chromebooks and hotspots to check out.
Great, great. So people should be checking in with their school or going to their school homepage or to get information?
If they haven't heard yet, they will hear, I imagine, by Friday. I can follow up, but I know that schools are messaging, so
Okay.
I'll make sure that happens if it hasn't already.
Okay. So I'm sure, because many of you have kids in the system as well, or some of you do at least, or will be in the system, are also thinking about, at the end of a long day, I've got to go home. You know, how am I as a parent or a grandparent or whomever, a child care provider, going to ensure that my child is on the online at the right amount of time in the right place? If you have a young elementary school child saying, okay, hop over there and you know, get online and go to it, is probably not going to be the best strategy for that child to engage. And so thinking about the support that we give to parents, I know you will, but it certainly needs to be ongoing. We need to be checking pretty consistently. How's this going for you? And what can we do to help you? Because the stress they're going to feel at the all day long, because even when I thank you for all the slides, when you pull up all those tools, you know, holy smoke, I mean, it's just going to be, you know, people are going to need help. And not only help, but they're going to need reassurance. They're going to need to know it's okay. We're going to get through this, you know, and they are. And so I'm sure you all, and I know teachers will do that, but just to keep in mind that a constant conversation and one that can acknowledge, as hard as this is for all of us or all of you who are in education every day, if you're someone who doesn't, that's not your world, it can be a bit overwhelming. You know, I get a little bit shaky thinking about how we're going to work with our first grader, you know, and how that's all going to work. And what do you do, and I'm sure each school will handle it differently, but when someone doesn't you know, someone comes on maybe, but then turns off the computer. Done. And you don't see them for the rest of the day. What do we do?
So part of the new guidance is we have to take attendance in a couple different ways. One of them is a live morning meeting where you take regular attendance in Aries and you submit that. And then the other piece of it is throughout the week you have to measure engagement. So we've set up, Sarah Soares has done a great job putting together a spreadsheet we're going to share shortly with sites where you put in student engagement, and then if they're disengaged 3 days in a row, it prompts a protocol where we'd be reaching out to families to support or remove barriers or whatever we need to do to get them back in. So we have a process for that, because that was an issue in the spring, absolutely.
And I would just like to add to that. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to pop into the virtual meeting for the Rockland High School leadership, and they were talking about how do you do that, and do we have to require students to be live and so we can see them? And then that turned into a conversation about looking at it through an equity lens and how some kids may not feel comfortable showing that. And through this conversation, they talked about, hey, let's just build some backgrounds that all students have access to. So they're already working on that. So regardless of where you're at, where you're participating, everyone can have the same background with Rockland High School. And I have no doubt that our other sites will jump onto that idea. And again, I just appreciated the fact that they looked at that through an equity lens.
Right. Good deal. Thank you. Some of the other questions I had, my colleagues have asked. So that's all great. And again, just appreciate all the work that you all are doing and will do, because, you know, we're just getting started, warmed up for a very good, as Rochelle said, this is going to be a great year. So.
Thanks, Camille. Before I begin my question, did you have an?
I just want to clarify with Beth Davidson, on page 42, bottom right, for families, that they know that was a comment, a suggestion from a curriculum company about math. The last sentence is, shall we give a pass or a no pass option?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, I just want to be sure that families understand we are still grading.
I'd just like to ask, when we're ready to wrap up discussion on this, which I think we almost are, we've been receiving...
We still have public comment.
Okay, we've been receiving some questions and comments about the Rockland Virtual Campus, which tonight is not about RVC, this is about distance learning, but when will families get more information on RVC? Or if it sounds like some families have missed some RVC information, where should they go? Who should they talk to? What should they look to?
All families in the Rockland Virtual Campus will get communication tomorrow. We have been working on supporting and reaching out to our students in special education to make sure that they make that a choice or are supported in making that choice. And so we wanted to have as many of our families confirmed before sending that welcome back letter. We did send a few pieces of communication over the last couple of weeks. One of them that they should have received last Friday was welcoming them into the Rockland Virtual Campus and having them fill out a technology needs inventory. So that should have reached families who are registered and confirmed in the Rockland Virtual Campus. They should have received a communication last Friday. And then another welcome email will be going out tomorrow. On Monday, Rockland Virtual Campus families can expect, or by Monday, I guess I should say, they can expect to hear from their teacher a welcome letter with also a survey of engagement on what times of the day work for those families for that synchronous daily meet, because in the Rockland Virtual Campus we do have a little bit more flexibility in that platform of when that daily live check-in will happen.
Thank you.
Can I just say one more thing? And I know you all know this, but just in case, because I know it's hard, as we look to families and ways to support them, let's also remember if they're working during the day, nighttime is when they'll be able to come on and participate versus trying to do things in the middle of the day when that's hard for folks who are working outside.
Great. I want to build off a little bit on what Camille was talking about with parents, and I want to talk actually about synchronous versus asynchronous. And I want to start by saying that actually really one thing I love about RMIU and I appreciate about RMIU is it invests in our high quality teachers, and it says we trust you to do the right work, and it doesn't say you need to have 15 minutes every day. It says you do what's best, and I think that is exactly what we should have given who we have teaching for us in Rockland. But also it provides a learning opportunity, because I think it's fair to say we don't know really what system-wide high-quality distance learning looks like, because no one's ever done it at the scale that we're doing it. So I just want to make sure there's systems in place to understand that Mr. Collins is checking his teachers as a way of, not we're not evaluating, shouldn't be, but a way we can learn and we can see where this high quality is going on, and we can then share it back, because I think there's going to be hunger from everyone to know what's working and what's not, especially in that distinction between synchronous and asynchronous. And then from a parent's perspective, I do want to ask, I think the fear, given where we were last year, that asynchronous means I'm now the teacher. And that's not a good feeling for parents. So can you talk a little bit about that, how asynchronous will look different than it looked last academic year?
So I'll just start in the conversation with, and I appreciate the collaboration we had with the teachers, is really looking at it like we want to do it just as if they were in class. And we know that's not possible, it's through digital. But again, some of the best days I have is when I do get out to schools and we're able to walk through classrooms. And I'll take a math class, for example. Walking in, you see an introduction, and the teacher does some direct instruction, or actually a review of what they had previously. And then they build upon that, and they provide direct instruction maybe for 10 or 15 minutes. And then with some of the flexible seating we have, and the students are in small groups, they will provide them some time with what they like to call productive struggle. They don't give them the answer. You figure it out. Here's how you do it. Now you go and figure it out. But then after that, they come back as a group and they have that discussion. So all students learn what's going on, and then they'll provide some time for independent practice. And that at that time, I see the teacher go and pull some students and do some intervention in class. And that's really the way we see this. Great. So we see some synchronous learning is what we put in to the document, and then for about half the class, and then the other half, as kids are working independently, the teacher's working with those students to support them and build up those skills they need to progress on.
Yeah, I agree. And I see it as a gradual release of responsibility. So you have that, video, synchronous video or live instruction. And then, so there's actually a teaching component, and there's a release where the student has to apply what they've learned either with a partner or independently. And then there's an accountability piece. So instead of, you go ahead and open your math book on this page and you read this lesson and do it yourself, and the parent has now become the teacher and facilitator. Right. We're talking about having the teacher lead an activity and provide guidance for the students.
And I think that's the key to me. So asynchronous is now still guided by the teacher. The teacher is still engaged, assigning, and engage what's happening and leading the learning, not just simple.
And that's part of the requirement, honestly, with SB 98 is that the teacher facilitates. It doesn't have to be live, but they're facilitating the day's instruction, and they're in charge of it. Right. And to your other question about administrators, we didn't get into that today, but and this is, next on our pile here is based on these guidelines, developing trainings for administrators to learn more about quality distance learning and what that looks like, and be able to support teachers in that endeavor. So that is on our list.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I will say, and I'm not just saying this to Mr. Collins here today, but we've had a lot of appreciation for the incredible work of our teachers, as we should, and we can't say it enough, and for the work you've done. I think we haven't done enough talking about the work of the principals and what a new challenge this is for them, how much they have to completely redo everything they know and lead into a different area, and we really appreciate this summer, the leadership we've seen from them, and it gives us a lot of confidence going into the year. So I do want to make sure we say that. Thank you to you and your colleagues. A few other things. One, I just want to, Hannah, you or everyone, thanks for the focus on equity. I appreciate that, again, we talk about equity, but then when we actually do these things and we don't talk about equity, it's not real, but the fact that we're engaged in our English language learners, we're thinking about them, we're thinking about the home language, we're thinking about our kids in poverty and how we can reach them in a different way and using our resources to make sure we're targeting them, deeply appreciated it, and I think it's a great step. Stacy, I did want to call you. So one thing I wasn't clear on SB, so I think I heard you say, we don't need to reopen every IEP, we need to amend every IEP, but so the law says when you're up for it, then we would go, we're not actually expecting the first month to reopen every IEP, and how does that work?
Yeah, so the requirement for the emergency plan is that at the next regularly scheduled IEP, it would be required to be added.
Okay.
And so that would be typically at an initial or an annual IEP.
Okay.
We're trying to get a lot of those done ahead of time, partially for our RVC students, so that parents are pretty clear and they know what the services will look like and they can make a decision if they want to continue with RVC or if they want to opt out. So along with the emergency plans, we're adding.
So the idea is then is they engage in their IEP, it may change their opinion of whether they wanted to be an RVC based on the IEP. That makes sense.
Yeah, so one of the clarifications that we need to make is that the emergency plan does not define any of their schedule, their minutes, their services specifically. It just notes whether or not, or what the alternative means of instruction will be. So are they going to get live instruction, asynchronous instruction, or, paper packets? And then if there's like goals that cannot be addressed, that will be documented there because it's in a setting that, it's not a classroom setting. So the distance learning plan is really the more important piece of it, where we really explain, how the services will look and be delivered. So that's the part that we really want to make sure that parents understand what it's going to look like.
Thank you. One of the couple of things is that on the assessment, I appreciate the assessment conversation throughout. I especially appreciate the emphasis on formative. Like, I'm not too worried about summative at this point or anything like it. I also think I actually like the CPM. It seems to me this, given all the struggles as we go into distance and trying to figure out a new way to, and trying a new way to, the more we can rely on curriculum-embedded assessment and not try, MAP is great, I love MAP, but the notion of then trying to figure out how to fit that into a curriculum that's moving 10 times ahead of where, the more that we can try to make sure that we provide that, the better we're gonna be. And so I appreciate the CPM coming in, and the more, let's keep looking for those moments and be really, it seems, particularly as a district, particularly sensitive towards allowing teachers to lead with formative and allowing it to be for learning purposes. The final thing I have before I make one final comment is I also heard a lot of conversation around the 4x4. I hope maybe, Marty, you can just sort of explain. There was one concern on AP and the idea if I take the AP in my first semester, then I'm not going to be prepared for the test. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, and we've had conversations with our neighbors, both Placer Union and Roseville Joint. This is the model they've used for a number of years, and they have not seen any dramatic decrease in their AP scores. Yes, it is a crunch, but typically, what teachers do, if a student has an AP class in the first semester, they do some study sessions at night, and they prepare them prior to that test. And so they come back and support those kids ongoing prior to the test. And again, reaching out, I know this year our MOU is just for 1 year, looking to go back potentially to an 8 period is what we talked about at the table.
Yep.
However, at this time, we feel confident with, and someone said it, our experts in the field, they will adjust and they will continue to support our kids because, again, they want kids to be successful just as bad as the rest of us.
Thank you. And I think the College Board has actually shown their success that you actually don't, in 4x4 traditionally, you actually don't, they don't see a demonstrable difference between kids who took it and you can, do fine, and we can help with that. Thank you. The final thing I'll say is I deeply appreciate the continuous improvement conversation. A part of improvement science, a part of continuous improvement is measurement and metrics and being clear up front on what it is you're measuring. There are so many changes going on this year. I mean, it's incredible. So, and that's going to happen. But the more we're thoughtful about the changes, everything from a huge thing to a 4x4 schedule to just a different changing the way I'm going to deliver a lesson to how I'm thinking about it from a distance perspective, trying to be clear around predicting what we expect to have happen and actually collecting data so you know individual, this is not for accountability, just so I know. And then I know what works. So this notion if we end this year and we don't know the difference between 4x4 and 8, like what it brought us and what it didn't, that would be a huge missed opportunity. So thinking now about how are we going to know if that actually worked for us? How will we know if that would work in a different context across all these things? How can we know if RBC is something we should continue forever, right? So making sure we know what the metrics are we're going to consider moving forward so we can make sure we're gathering as much of the learning as we can would be an important part. And finally, again, I deeply, deeply appreciate all of your leadership in this work. Okay, with that, I'm going to, why don't we do two things? It is 9:23. Why don't we take a 7-minute recess, although not for you all, a recess for everyone else. We are going to take the next till 9:30 to read all the submitted comments on this to make sure we have them, and then we can re-engage with staff if we need to based on what we learned. And then Ryan and Diana, hopefully you're listening in the back. At 9:30, we'll go to online Zoom questions. So with that, let's take a break, and we'll be back at 9:30. Thanks. appreciate you letting us read through. I will let you know that there actually was a semi-limited amount on distance learning. There was actually a lot of comments on 12.2, so a lot of us have got almost through that, so we'll probably break much more briefly when we get to 12.2 because we've had a chance to go through that. I think I understand there's actually only one Zoom comment on our distance learning plan. So with that, Ryan, can we have that question?
Sylvia Bond will have a comment for distance learning. Sylvia?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Hello, Superintendent Stock, President Miller, and trustees. My main focus is going to be on communication to parents, specifically in two areas. Number one, we were asked to make final registration decisions by deadlines without enough information to do so. This presentation about these summer sandboxes was simply amazing, and they would have been so beneficial in deciding what would be best for our children. We had to make a decision based on our last distance learning model experience, and that wasn't very hopeful for most. After watching this distance learning presentation, my next question would be, are these wonderful ideas going to be standards that we can expect during distance learning, or is more training required? In addition, we parents need this type of presentation from the RV side as well. I know it was stated that this meeting wasn't for RVC or it wasn't on the agenda, but I'm thinking it probably should have. If RVC is truly going to run parallel with the RUSD homeschools, then it should have been on this agenda as well since school starts next week. We still do not have specifics as to how the school day will run or what to expect, although I did hear Hannah Anderson say that the emails are coming out and I'm waiting for those, so I understand that. I know that there are teams working so hard to make all of this happen. I've worked with them one-on-one. They're amazing, and I appreciate all they do. I know that things take time, but us parents need to be informed of progress at the very least rather than nothing at all. This brings me to area number 2. Is there a central area where we should be getting all up-to-date information for both RVC and RSUD distance learning? If there is such a place, communication of it needs to be sent out via an official RSUSD, I can't say that today, RUSD email. I challenge you to take a step back and look at communications as if you were a parent that just gets those RUSD emails, and you will see that there is just not enough information. Most parents are getting most of their information from other parents on Facebook, and that's just not acceptable. I shouldn't hear from another parent before I hear from the district. So if there is a central place for up-to-date communication, please let us know either on this meeting or through an email. We need time to prepare, especially those of us that work. In the last few seconds here, I did want to make a comment on the distance learning program that was mentioned in the presentation. I know we have support for those that struggle during distance learning, but let's not forget about those specific support for those who excel at distance learning as well. Will they be offered opportunities to work on their own rather than be held down to extra screen time that is not needed? I'm also so grateful for the use of the equity lens. The idea of a common background for those who don't like to be in front of a camera is outstanding. As a parent, thank you for all the hard work that's going and everything that everyone's doing. I'm asking for more communication. Thank you.
Ryan, okay. Ryan, I'm assuming that was the only one. Let me know if that's not correct. So thank you very much for that comment. I think it's an important question. We probably should. Then I'm going to turn one more round if anyone has questions based on what you read or heard. I know Hannah's not here. Is there someone that can you, Roger, answer that question?
Yes, so we have been working to put out more communication. The feedback is helpful. On our website, we do have the district communications where we've kept them as long as on our social media. And we are working to put together a more central hub on our website related to just RVC and also for some of these other pieces. The other key thing is, just like in any school year, parents will receive specific information from their child's school because in each of our schools, each of our teachers has a little bit different way they may set up and do that. So normally, at the beginning of a year, teachers communicate with parents, that will be occurring. And also, they will be hearing from their schools around specifics on schedule, specifics on the routines, just like a normal year. And there has been a little bit of a delay this year, as we've had to reshuffle a lot of different issues. And so that communication will be coming out to families from their schools. And so we continue to want that feedback. If you feel you've not received that communication, we do definitely want you to reach out to your school principal and or the district office. And so we are always looking for ways to increase the communication, and we'll be updating our website with a more central hub. And we work to update our website this summer to try to make it easier to find information as well.
Great. Thank you.
Maybe a question for Marty and Bill. Did the RVC teachers receive this professional development?
Right now, they're currently receiving training on RVC specific,
Okay.
but they will still continue to be connected to their home school and still have the option to participate in any of that as much as they would like, yes.
Okay.
And similar, they actually received training today specific to Ingenuity, the platform we're using. And I know that there's best practices embedded in that specific platform, but similar to what Marty said, they'll be meeting with their PLCs because there are synchronous components in elementary school where they'll be working with their teacher live on grade level specific reading groups and other pieces, and we'll be incorporating some of those practices in there.
Okay, thanks. I do agree with Sylvia. This is amazing, great information that we want all of our staff to have.
Derek?
Yeah, so and I guess tying a little bit, I guess, to the RVC or maybe a little distant, maybe RVC, but, and Tony, I think I'm gonna need some help because I know I'll mess the data up, but I think our RVC population of kids was 16%? Yeah, so a lot larger jump than I would have ever expected, so I think that's a great thing. And I know when we had those difficult budget decisions going off in the past, we had to introduce, we had to give some teachers some pink slips and some different things like that. And I'm assuming, and I know I think we were able to bring all those people back, or Tony, I'm looking at you, help me out here.
Yeah, I'd be glad to do that. So we were able to, I mean, some of the people that were on the 24, 39-month rehire list, unfortunately for Rockland, but fortunately for them, were able to secure employment in other districts. Obviously, the people on the list from either RICA or that were in regular RUSD schools have different credentials, some as single subject, some as multiple subject. We were able to contact back anybody that had a multiple subject credential and bring them back. There's all but one that had a single subject that we've been able to contact as well and bring back, or let me rephrase that, or offer a portion of a position or position back.
That's a great sign that, again, with all the changes and things we're going, we didn't lose any great teachers, didn't lose any folks, that we're able to bring them back and rotate them back in and keep, the great talent that we have here at RUSD. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you again for the presentation. I think we've said a lot. We deeply appreciate it, but now the hard work begins, and it's a huge challenge for us. And so we're excited about what's done, but we're humble in going in knowing there's a lot of work to be done, and we appreciate everyone's help, all teachers, administrators, principals, classified. So thank you, and we look forward to kicking off a new school year. All right, so with that, we move on to the consent, but I wanted to call on Dr. McDonald first.
I just wanted to say, because the hard work to be done, we had teachers coming back today to sites and starting some of that work. And I don't know, I can't speak for Marty, but I know I heard from my administrators out there that teachers are just raring to go and engaged and excited about the work and really want training and really want to do a great job. So that signals just a great start to the year.
Awesome, thank you. Great, okay. We're going to move on to our next action item in the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar to be considered routine and will be enacted by one motion followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the Board of Trustees, audience, or staff requests specific items removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action. Any agenda item removed will be voted upon following the motion to approve the consent calendar. Do any board members wish to remove any consent item from separate discussion or action? Seeing none, Ryan, does any member of the community? Seeing, Brendan, can you please call the roll? Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I need a motion and a second. Moved by Camille, second by Derek. Brendan, can you please call the roll?
Camille Maven. Yes. Derek Counter.
Yes.
Eric Stevens.
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes.
Rick Miller.
Yes. Thank you. Now we're moving to action item 12.1 on the tax reports. Barbara Patterson, Deputy Superintendent of Business Operations, will you please take us through it?
Good evening, President Miller, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Stock. Every year, in order to levy and collect the special taxes to meet bond obligations for the community facilities districts, a special tax requirement review and calculation must be performed to determine the special tax revenues for each community facilities district, and it's presented in the form of a tax report. Russ Powell with Economic Planning Systems has prepared the CFD tax reports for the district for the 2020-21 school year, which are included in the board packet. Russ Powell is present tonight and is available to answering questions you may have. To meet the bond obligations, the district will seek maximum special tax revenues from CFD number 1, 2, and 3 from veteran and non-veteran developed units, and 25% of the maximum special tax from undeveloped approved units, also known as final map units.
Thank you, Barbara. Do I have any board comments for the Deputy Superintendent? Seeing none, do we have any public comments? Seeing none, I would then like to request a motion, a second, to take action on Resolution 20-21-01, approving tax reports for fiscal year 2021 and levying and apportioning the special tax for fiscal year 2021 for Community Facilities District CFD number 1, Community Facilities District CFD number 2, and Community Facilities District CFD number 3. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Eric, second by
Second.
Rochelle. Brendan, will you please call the roll?
Camille Maven. Derek Counter.
Yes.
Eric Stevens.
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes.
Rick Miller.
Yes. Okay, moving on to 12.2. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Russ.
Yes, thanks, Russ.
Yes, thanks, Russ, wherever he is. I'm sure he's watching, very excited. Moving on to 12.2, action on superintendent employee agreement. Dr. Limoges, will you please fill us in?
Thank you, President Miller. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Stock, Ms. Brenda. Item 12.2 is an item to approve a new employment contract for the superintendent. The term of the contract is from August 5th, 2020 to June 30th, 2024. The compensation to be included in the contract includes a base salary of $269,048 for the 2020-21 school year, to be increased by 2.5% each year. The superintendent receives a positive evaluation for the previous year. This is the same as the current employment contract. A master's degree stipend of $1,138 per year. This is the same as the current employment contract, and fringe benefits including a term life insurance policy with a face value of $50,000, same as a current contract. District-funded long-term disability insurance policy, same as the current contract. Equivalent to 6% of superintendent's base salary contributed each year to a tax-sheltered annuity under Section 403B of the Internal Revenue Code, selected by superintendent, same as current contract. And longevity benefits upon retirement if the superintendent retires from STRS while a district employee. After at least 10 years of service, he and his spouse will continue to receive district-paid benefits until age 65. I am asking for a motion or a motion to act on the superintendent employment agreement.
Thank you, Tony. All right, I'd like to open up for board comments. Eric.
Yes, I would like to jump in because we've received a lot of comment on this, and and I feel that it was in part my idea, which gave some people the wrong impression of what we are doing. As of right now, if we don't approve tonight's contract, Superintendent Stock has a contract written in 2013 that has received something like, I believe, 6 addendums over the subsequent years. They're all stapled onto the back. So it is incredibly hard for anyone, especially someone who's not even one of us, to look at his contract and figure out, what does it actually say now? Because so many pieces of the contract have been removed or changed or replaced by subsequent amendments. Many of those amendments have subsequently been amended themselves. It is incredibly hard to track. So this has been one of my ideas the last couple years. I am a lawyer, and even for me, it was difficult to wade through this and figure out, wait, what are the current terms? So I proposed that we bring everything up to date. We collapse all those amendments into one new clean agreement that contains the current status quo of everything. That's what this contract does. Tony Limoges just identified there is one new term that we, the board, are agreeing to add, which would provide a post-retirement benefit if the superintendent retires from the district after at least 10 years of service. It would provide a benefit to bridge him and his spouse with some health care through to age 65. Nothing else is being changed in the agreement. So that is important. But I totally understand why people are looking at this and they think, look at all the terms in these contracts. Look at all the terms in the contract. The superintendent was already contractually obligated, or sorry, not obligated. The superintendent was already contractually entitled to a 2.5% raise if he received a successful performance review. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about that term because a lot of people are focusing on a 2.5% raise and they're saying, we don't think this is appropriate right now in these economic circumstances. So everyone, please just bear with me. First, Superintendent Stock is the most senior and most experienced superintendent in the area. He leads the most complex and largest school district in the area. It's the largest in terms of kids, largest in terms of staff, most complex because we're a TK through 12 district. Roosevelt High School District almost has as many students. They don't have nearly as many employees, but they just get to focus on high school. Despite all of that, he is not the highest paid superintendent in the area. If you look at the compensation history of the superintendent and our other employees, over the last 3 years, the superintendent has only received about half the compensation increases that all our other RUSD employees have received. If you look at this year, he would be contractually entitled to a 2.5% raise. And our average employee this year is going to receive about a 2.5% raise based on their longevity and seniority with the district. Despite all of that, the superintendent is actually not going to see any increase in his compensation this year. The superintendent is taking furlough days. He committed to giving up days on his contract equivalent to that 2.5% because the superintendent felt that it would not send the right signal in these economic times to receive a raise. As for a contract extension, every superintendent knows that they have the least job protection of any employee in a school district. They do not obtain tenure like our other employees. Regardless of how many years are in a contract, every superintendent knows they can be terminated and let go tomorrow. So you might ask, why even extend a contract? Because it's a sign of confidence in your superintendent and in their leadership. And that's why the board intends to add a year to Roger's contract, because we do absolutely have tremendous confidence in his leadership. I think we here in Rockland, we are very, very lucky to have someone of Roger's morals and ethics to serve as a leader of this district, his professionalism, but also really his role as a thought leader for our district and the culture we've built of and are building of continuous improvement and focus on helping ensure every child succeeds and learns. We are really lucky that he spends so many hours, 6.5 days a week with us for the benefit of our kids, not his own kids. So Roger absolutely has my confidence. That's why I'm going to vote to approve this. But it is not true that he is actually going to see any compensation increase this year. It is not true that he's the highest paid superintendent in the area, and he has received less in raises over the last 3 years than our other employees.
Derek. Any other comments?
Appreciate, Eric, your explanation. I thought it was very clear and well thought out, and so would agree with what you have said, and just appreciate you being so succinct and clear.
I echo that as well.
And I just want to add before we go to public comment, and maybe, Ryan, I don't know if we have any public comments, so do let me know. That I just want to add to what Eric says is just my sense of how much we deeply appreciate your leadership. And we've talked a lot about how difficult these times are. And, this great work that came before us, and it starts with our amazing teachers. It just does. And the administrators who've done, and Marty and Bill who've led all this great work. But at the end of the day, you run the system. And you definitely get criticized if anything goes wrong, as you should. But not enough do you also get credit for when things go well. And we have the privilege, the five of us, of getting to see your leadership and see the important role you play in things going well. And people talk all the time about how they move to Rockland for the schools, and they love our schools. And it is a testament to your leadership that we continue to be one of the, if not the best school district. I would say the best school district in the area, and I would put us up with most any in the state. So deeply appreciate your role in that. Thank you. So would you mind just check with Ryan and see if I'm pretty sure we actually do have a public comment. No? Okay. And then we do have, so let me ask the board, we do have, and I will call it, we do have, has everyone had time to read through all of these? You've all read, because I've read through all of them.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so then we don't have to pause for reading through that. So Travis, you do, let me call on you for your public, if you have 3 minutes, we would love to hear your comments.
Yeah, first I want to thank Trustee Stevens for providing, I think, definitely clarity, clearing up a lot of, misconceptions, whatever, misunderstandings. One thing I do want to comment on is, as you mentioned, like your whole purpose behind this restructuring was to clean things up and make it more logical and organized. I'm hoping that we can take that same logic and understanding and apply it to other contract areas. We have a lot of MOUs, if you're familiar with our RTPA contract, that constantly get renewed, some of them for over a decade. Right. And we constantly fight the battle in negotiations of, can we just make this an article or part of an article? Well, no, we'll do it another time. Well, it's already there, it's longstanding. So I hope we can apply that same logic, because it takes a lot of work off the plate that's just a checkbox. I mean, at least it's become a practice of that. So I appreciate that. Totally lost my train of thought. Now I got 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
You want me to count down for you? 2, 14,
Yeah,
13.
right.
Is that helping?
Yeah, I'm blanking. Okay. Well, that's it. Sorry, everybody. I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, the good
A
thing
lot on my
is
mind
another
lately.
agenda
So,
item.
but anyway, I appreciate your clarity on that and understand that. So, thank you.
Thanks, Travis. Okay, with that,
Looking for a motion.
I am, but let me make sure I understand this real quick, sorry. So I need a motion to approve Roger's contract. Moved by Derek. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Rochelle. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the abstention passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you again, Roger, for all your leadership. With that, we're going to move on to a public hearing on resolution number 20-2104 to establish temporary interfund transfers of special or restricted monies. I'm going to call again on Deputy Superintendent Barbara Patterson,
Thank you.
who's 1 for 1 tonight, so we're excited for her.
The 2020-21 state budget deal added section 42603.1 to the Ed Code, requiring a public hearing for 2 years, this fiscal year and next fiscal year, prior to approving a resolution to establish temporary interfund borrowing. Staff brings this this resolution normally to the board for approval every spring, and we did so in May, and you approved it. Just it's flexibility for cash flow purposes. But now we have to do a public hearing, so this is kind of a redo of the same resolution that you approved on May 20th. The other thing that that they did is, for those 2 years, they also increased the percentage of any fund that you can borrow from 75% to 85%. So just wanted to bring that to your attention because there's a typo in the agenda. So this item is to hold the newly required public hearing and approval of the resolution again, authorizing temporary interfund transfers if necessary for flexibility in addressing cash flow needs this year.
Great. Let me open, I don't get to discuss. Open the public hearing for any, let me start with any board comment. Do we have any public comment? Should turn this on. Any board comment? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to now close the hearing. Thank you very much. Great job. Okay, moving on to 13.1, pending agenda items. Is there any board member that would like to place an item on our pending agenda?
I think we need to approve the resolution now
I thought
also.
we didn't. Did we? I'm sorry.
It just says hold public hearing.
I have just, yeah. It's in red, so I can't do anything different. No, I'm kidding.
It is in action items.
Yeah, that's true.
Do we need to have a vote?
That's my
Okay.
understanding.
Do you know?
Yes, we need a vote. The public hearing will.
It's a roll call. Okay,
Yes.
so can I have a motion to approve the
So moved.
resolution? Okay, moved by Derek, seconded by Camille, by Rochelle. Brenda, can you please read the roll?
Camille Maben.
Yes.
Derek Counter.
Yes.
Eric Stevens.
Yes.
Rochelle Price.
Yes.
Rick Miller.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Barbara, for
Thank you.
getting us on that. We wouldn't have wanted to come back for a special meeting, so we deeply appreciate it. All right, so again, 13.1, pending agenda items. Does anyone have anything they'd like to add to the agenda? Yes,
Yeah,
Derek.
so I guess just trying to summarize, I think all the challenges that the community's trying to understand around COVID and when we potentially would come back to the hybrid model and go away from that. I know there's been some different direction, and I think this gets us to a sense of understanding and avoiding misconceptions and things. I know, Eric, you spoke a little bit about it, and I guess I'm looking for, and I'll help you, Roger, we'll figure out a way to ask Dr. Sisson, but I really just like to understand a true operational definition of what good looks like, of is it the number, is it a positivity rate? Is it a death rate? Is it a percentage of cases? Is it like exactly what it is and exactly what number we need to hit to get to that point?
That would allow us to go.
That would allow us to go.
Distance, go back
come
to
off the
in-person.
peninsulas. I know we talked about 3 days and you got to hit that, then you got to stay consecutively in 14 days. But I think, and I'll use my joke of losing weight, if you don't have a scale and you don't know what your target is, it's just kind of staring yourself at the mirror. So I'd love to have that conversation and get to a point where we're.
So I'm sorry, allow me to clarify. I'm not sure so are you asking Roger to answer that question right now, or are you asking to agendize this so we can have a conversation about that?
Yes.
Okay, so as I think, so thank you. You have to have a second to add an agenda item. Is there a second to add it?
The information you're interested in, could it be included in the next, well, if we're able to get it, which I think we can, in the next COVID update that we receive from the superintendent at the next meeting? Does that work?
Does that work for you? That means we don't need to add something because there will be a COVID update.
No, if I can clarify, if I can add that into the COVID update, then that would be fine. And I'd appreciate your assistance in making sure you can help me craft the questions so that we get the answers you're looking for.
Perfect. Yeah. So you'll do that to make sure we get what
just to be
you
very
want. Great.
specific.
Yeah. To be clear that real clarity for the community of what it allows to get off the list and move towards in-person instruction.
Are you thinking of specifically of the watch list criteria, what gets you on the watch list and what gets you off, or potentially broader than that?
I think it's getting off the watch list, but it's also a specific metric of, and I know the math is around the 400,000 that we have in the county, and exactly what number you need to hit at certain times and where numbers need to be, so that I think Joe Schmo, parent in the community, am I doing good or bad?
Yeah.
I just want to get to that point where everyone can understand what the goal
And
is.
also, I would say too, to your point earlier, like there's this dashboard that looks nice, but it's not clear what, and it doesn't actually answer your questions. But there is something that actually does answer that question. So helping the community understand where to go and what to look for is a great point that we absolutely should be doing, because obviously people are going to be very interested in it. Great. Okay, so that is it. Any other yeah, please. No, Camille.
I thought you meant that was it. That was it.
No.
You know, we had, during our public comment this evening, we had a lot of public comment, both written and from the Zoom, around really what we're going to do and how to address Diego's concern about what we're going to do about curriculum. Superintendent Stock, you mentioned coming back to us. I just want to officially put that on the agenda so the community knows we're going to be having an information item that will help us think and talk about and address the issues that were raised.
Great, and I would request to bring that back to the September 16th meeting, just and frankly, to allow us to get school open. The September 2nd meeting may not give staff and I enough time to prepare that, but September 16th, we'd be prepared to bring an information item if that meets the board's interests.
Great. Do we have a do we have agreement on that? I think yes. Okay.
Second.
Great. Perfect. The only reason I said, I remember when my first board meeting, I tried to end something on A through G, and I couldn't get a second. So I demand a second since I couldn't get one my first try. Okay, so great. So we're clear for Diego, and that we will deal with that, not our next board meeting, but our board meeting September 16th. It will be agendized at that point. Okay, any other comments before we adjourn? I do want to say I got an up, not that I look at Giant scores, but I just have to add that Logan Webb, Rockland High graduate, got his first win tonight. We're very excited. He should be 3-0, but he's at least 1-0. I know the community would want to know that because they've been focused on our meeting, not on the Giants game. So I want to say that, very excited. And with that, I'm going to say this Wednesday, August 5th, 2020 meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.